meeting of the Environmental Planning Commission of Mountain View at 7:01 p.m. During this declared state of emergency, the meeting will be conducted in accordance with California Government Code 54953, Section E, as authorized by resolution of the City Council. Please contact City Clerk at mountainview.gov to obtain a copy of the applicable resolution. All members of the EPC are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast at channel 26. As noted in the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period for each item by joining the Zoom webinar with the webinar ID of 853-0070-5240. Email and voice messages received before 5 p.m. today were forwarded to the EPC. All votes will be taken by roll call vote. Now I'll ask that the EPC clerk take the roll call. Ms. Pennelar, please call the roll.
Commissioner Clark?
Here.
Commissioner Dempsey?
Here.
Commissioner Gutierrez?
Here.
Commissioner Haymeyer?
Here.
Commissioner Nunez?
Here.
Vice Chair Yin?
Here.
And Chair Cranston?
Here.
Okay.
Accounted for. Item 3 on the agenda is meeting minutes. The Environmental Planning Commission will review the minutes from the February 16th, 2022 meeting. First, is there any discussion from any commissioners on the minutes? Changes, amendments? None. We'll open it up to public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to comment on the minutes? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Phone users can mute and unmute themselves with *6. EPC clerk will start the timer and let you know when your time is up. Do we have anyone wishing to speak on the minutes? Okay, then we will bring it back to the, I'm sorry?
I said no.
Okay. We'll bring it back to the commission. Do I have a motion, Commissioner Gutierrez?
I move that we approve the Environmental Planning Commission meeting minutes of February 16th, 2022.
And Commissioner Haymeyer?
I'll second.
Okay. And Ms. Pennelar, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Clark?
Aye.
Commissioner Dempsey?
Aye.
Commissioner Gutierrez?
Aye.
Commissioner Haymeyer?
Aye.
Commissioner Nunez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yin?
Aye.
And Chair Cranston?
Aye. So motion passes. Next item on the agenda is oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the EPC on any matter that is not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. Though state law prohibits the Commission from acting on any non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on a non-agenda item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Phone users can mute and unmute themselves with *6. EPC clerk will start the timer and let you know when your time is up. Ms. Pennelar, do we have anyone wishing to speak?
No, I don't see any hands up. Oh, actually, we do have one. Guadalupe, gonna let you talk. 1 second, let me just put up my time. Oh. Oops. Okay. I'm allowing you to talk. Guadalupe, you should be able to talk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes?
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak tonight. I am speaking on behalf of the mobile home park residents, and also because I am a Latina, and I wanted to give my input in regards to our experience. So basically, our rent is pretty high, and our raises are pretty low. So I wanted to speak on behalf of that, and also we love the city. We work really hard here, and we don't want to leave. So I am calling just to give you guys my input and on what it's like to live here in Mountain View, in an area where it's really, really expensive, although we love it very much. So that was all I had to say tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on non-agendized items?
I'm not seeing any other speakers.
We will bring it back to the commission and move on to item number 5.1, which is a public hearing on amendments to the tenant relocation ordinance to extend the tenant relocation assistance and first right of return to mobile home tenants. We will start with a presentation from Anke de Van Dursen, project manager, and Wayne Chen, assistant community development director. Anke, you're up.
Good evening, Chair Cranston and committee members. My name is Anke van Deursen. I'm the program manager for the rent stabilization programs, and we also administer the tenant relocation ordinance. Tonight, we are bringing to you some changes to the trio, and the purpose of this presentation is that the EPC recommend the City Council adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 36 of the Mountain View City Code related to the tenant relocation assistance in order to provide tenant relocation benefits and a first right to return to mobile home tenants who rent a mobile home in a Mountain View mobile home park. A little bit of background: the City Council, as you may recall, adopted on September 28 the Mobile Home Rent Stabilization Ordinance, named MHRSO, and this ordinance went into effect on October the 28th of last year. The City Council approval included also providing mobile home tenants for relocation protections to mobile home tenants for evictions without fault, and to provide the right of return to a rental unit that is returned to the rental market, previously removed from the rental market. The Rental Housing Committee has reviewed this proposal in their meeting last month and recommended approving the amendments. For background clarification, these recommended modifications would cover tenants of a mobile home that are rented from either an individual mobile home owner. This is an owner of a mobile home who rents the space from a park owner, but rents out his unit to a tenant, or by a park owner who rents both the space and the mobile home to a tenant. The TREA would not apply to mobile home space rentals by mobile home owners because they are already covered by the state mobile home residency law, as well as Government Code Section 65863.7. Some of the key provisions are that there is an income requirement to get benefits, and a household income cannot exceed 120% AMI plus $5,000 for Santa Clara County as adjusted for household size. And on the slide, you can see the numbers for the 2021 state area median income adjusted for household size for our county. Another key provision is relocation assistance under the TREO, which includes a refund of the security deposit, a subscription service to a rental agency, a cash equivalent of 3 months rent based on the median monthly rent for a similar sized units in Mountain View, and for special circumstances households, an additional benefit of $8,503. That's the number for 2022. And special circumstances households include senior persons, 62 years age or older, disabled or handicapped, or with minor children under 18 years who are legally dependent. The third key provision is the first right of return. The MHRSO covers a first right of return to a rental unit for 4 just cause reasons. They are necessary repairs, an owner move-in, a permanent withdrawal of the property, and demolition of a rental unit. The TREO only deals with one of these 4 just causes, which is the permanent withdrawal of the property. And this includes the removal of all mobile homes under common ownership and control in a mobile home park. This covers a situation where the park owner might own several rental homes in a park, or a private mobile home owner who only has 1 or a few units in the mobile home park and decides to withdraw them all from the rental market. It sounds a little complicated, and it is, because the first right to return is covered under several different ordinances. And we had to write in this one specific permanent withdrawal of the property in the TREO, because it, according to the Ellis Act, which is a state act, this inclusion in a local ordinance can only be in an ordinance as approved by City Council. So the Rental Housing Committee will develop further regulations to regulate the first right of return for the other 3 just causes that we mentioned today. And so this might cause a little bit of confusion. So the next steps in approving these recommendations would be that your recommendations will be forwarded to the City Council, and the City Council is scheduled to hold a public hearing on April 12th. It's the first reading, and May 10th as a second reader to consider these TREO amendments. So again, we present you TREO amendments for your recommendation for the City Council to adopt this ordinance. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
We'll open up the Commissioner questions first. Commissioner Gutierrez.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the presentation. I much appreciate the research and the time dedicated for this recommendation. I have a quick question. When I looked at the supporting documentation that was sent to us, one of the PDFs said, I believe that we weren't going to create a new ordinance, but rather doing an amendment, and it indicated what the amendment would be. But when you look at that doc at the top of it, there's an ordinance number and then a blank. When I clicked on the links that go back and point out which ordinances are referenced, I'm wondering, are those that were in that link going to be placed at the top of that ordinance number to indicate the ordinance numbers themselves? Or how is that going to be worded and phrased so that there's clear understanding of what the document is and what the amendments are to?
Sandra, do you have an answer to that question? I know it goes into chapter 36, but I'm not sure how that link will show.
Okay, let me take a shot at it. And I'm not sure exactly what link is being referred to, but let me just tell the commission that I think when staff said that a new ordinance wouldn't be created, it's that a separate standalone part of the zoning code wouldn't be created just to address the mobile home tenants, that we would be incorporating those protections in the existing TREO. So we're amending the tenant relocation assistance ordinance, the existing, which is the section of the code that already exists to simply incorporate mobile home tenants and the first right of return as to mobile home tenants. And so there will be a new ordinance number for the one that is ultimately adopted by City Council this year. And that will simply amend the existing code.
Okay, so that's great. So that'll clear up that issue. So at the top of the document, you'll actually have that ordinance number as opposed to now where it's just blank. That would explain why it's blank.
Oh, yes. The ordinance number gets filled in by the city clerk after the second reading by the City Council.
Awesome. Thank you for the clarification. Bear with me since I'm new to this. I figured I'd ask. And then once you answered, I figured from here on out, if there's any revisions, that's what the process will be. So much appreciated.
Commissioner Dempsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I may probably direct my question to Ms. Lee, because I'm trying to understand the interaction between the mobile home ordinance and the TREO, because and why it makes sense for in the TREO to have a provision that gives the rights of return, specifically if the whole mobile home park is sold out from under the tenants. But it sounds like the mobile home ordinance would cover all other cases. And so that's the only case that we would not, that the sale of the entire property is somehow the one piece that's not covered under and the mobile home law. Do I have that right?
Yeah, I researched that this afternoon. So here's the tricky part of it. So the withdrawal of the market of rental units is a specific type of termination of tenants that is regulated by the Alice Act. This is a state law. And in the state law, it says that local authorities can adopt these Alice Act rules, but it has to be in an ordinance and it has to be adopted by City Council. Otherwise, the Rental Housing Committee would have adopted first right of return for all the just causes that are regulated in the mobile home rent stabilization ordinance. But because this state law states that it has to be in a City Council adopted ordinance, we put it in the tenant relocation assistance ordinance.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may ask a follow-up question. So if, say, a mobile home park owner wanted to sell half of the plot, would the dislocation of the folks that live in that half that he or she wanted to sell, all those dislocations, those would all be covered by the existing mobile home ordinance. Is that correct?
So first off, as you can understand, is that most of the mobile homes are not owned by the park owner. They are owned by individuals who bought this mobile home and they pay a space rent to the park owner. So I'm not sure that a park owner who is subject to local zoning in Mountain View, he is subject to a conversion ordinance and zoning codes. So he won't be able to sell part of his property and not part of his other property, because what he is selling mostly is ground, land, not the mobile homes. So there are one or two parks where the park owner also owns some of the mobile homes. He bought up the mobile homes and he acts as a landlord for tenants in such cases. And that's all we're trying to cover here with the tenant relocation assistance ordinance. Because the people that own the mobile homes in the park, it's the majority, they are already covered by state laws.
Okay, so with the passage of this particular ordinance, everybody that should be covered will be.
Yes, we're just trying to add the tenants to it so everybody in the park is covered and not just the mobile home owners through the state law. But because we have this situation where some mobile homes are also rented out itself, not just a space rent, but mobile home rent, we wanted to cover those tenants similar to how we cover rental unit tenants that fall under the rent stabilization regulations.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Anki. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Nunez?
Hi, Anki. Thanks a lot for your presentation. Very enlightening. I think, unless I'm very mistaken, the Rental Housing Committee had a chance to review this and make some comment or recommendation directed at our city council. So my question is, in summary, what were some of those comments or inputs that the RHC made? And also, how does that in what ways does their feedback relate to the feedback that we'll be providing, and how does that ultimately flow up into what the council decides?
Yeah, good question. So we presented this to the Rental Housing Committee because they're the ones administrating the mobile home rent stabilization ordinance and all the practicalities and administration of the tenant relocation assistance ordinance. So we would like to share this with them, although they don't have a formal recommendation authority with regards to the trail. So this is just for their information. And we just would like to give you that information that they also reviewed it and will want to forward these recommendations to the EPC and the City Council.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Yin.
Yes, thank you for explaining such a complicated thing in a way that makes it easy to understand. I appreciate that. I had just one quick question, and that is, how are the numbers derived? 3 months rent, I kind of understand that, but that's one question. And I appreciate that in 2D for relocation assistance, that additional funds are available for those with special circumstances, especially if a whole thing is, the whole lot is being sold. There are just that much fewer alternatives for people to move to, especially if they have special circumstances. And I was curious where the 8,000 came from, because I want to ensure that that number was derived in a practical sense, that is sufficient for people to be able to use to find someplace else. And now that I know it's not just a random number, but I was wondering if you could just go into that bit.
Sure. So it happened to be that this trail has been revisited by City Council pretty much every 2 years. And the latest revision was back in 2020, where the City Council looked at these numbers and upped the income eligibility and also upped the benefits that were given to the tenants where tenants were eligible for. So it used to be $5,000 and they upped it to $8,000, and it will be increased every year with the index quota for this area. They upped it with a certain amount to be able to provide for, if necessary, longer periods where they have to stay in the area maybe until the end of the school year for the kids. So they have extra money to rent locally versus maybe having to look elsewhere. So these people usually need more time, but also more money to be able to find alternate living accommodations.
Yeah, I totally understand. Thank you. I was just curious how the number was derived and whether or not in realistic terms, it's sufficient for people to accomplish those sort of things that you mentioned, like being able to stay in the area.
So they get the 3 months rent, of comparable rent, and then on top of that, they get the $8,000, which is another 2 months of rent and extra cost for costs that they have to make on top of what normal households without special circumstances have to make.
Okay, thank you so much, Anki.
Other commission questions? Commissioner Gutierrez.
Yes, I had one more actually, it's not a point of clarification, but just one more question. Bear with me. So Alex brought up the issue about what language was used from the Rental Housing Committee and how that was exemplified in this process and how it's going to be taken into consideration. My quick question to you, just related to that, is when I look at Exhibit 1, the draft ordinance amending Articles 13 of the zoning, the red line, what's been added in, I would assume that would be the language that was suggested by the RHC. Is that fair to say?
And that's at least approved by the Rental Housing Committee. It was drafted by legal counsel.
I see. So with council support, it was presented to them, and what's in red line in Exhibit 1 was then approved by the RHC. Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Just one question that I have. It wasn't clear to me, and maybe this is something that's embedded elsewhere in the mobile home ordinance. Is there a period of time? So someone takes a position short term working in Florida and they rent their unit out for a year. When they come back, is that tenant now eligible for TREO? Okay.
Yes. Actually, yes. So if you look at, and it needs to fall under one of the 4 just causes, right? So let me go back to, and now we're going more deep into the mobile home rent stabilization ordinance. There are 4 just causes that are not, that are a no fault for the tenant causes, but that are more due to landlord actions. And one is that the one that you mentioned would be an owner move back in, right? So he rented out his apartment and now he's going to give a termination notice to the tenant because he's an owner moves back in. So yes, the tenants, depending on their income level, might be eligible for tenant relocation assistance.
But if the person rented it for a year and then just didn't extend the rent and extend the lease, they would not be included?
So under rent stabilization ordinances, both the mobile home and also the regular rent apartment, there are only in total 8 reasons for which you can terminate a tenant. And not renewing a lease is not a right to terminate a tenant anymore. Even if a tenant has only a 1-year lease, it will automatically go into a month-to-month. And if a landlord wants to terminate, he needs to choose from either A, B, C, or D. And there are no other reasons for which a landlord can terminate his tenancy. So if he no longer wants this mobile home to be a rental, he can say, okay, I want to terminate you, tenant, because I'm permanently withdrawing my mobile homes from the rental market in this park. And yes, then he has to comply with the TREO requirements.
Okay. All right. So at this point, we'll move it out for public comment. Can we, there we go. Get that back to the screen. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Phone users can mute and unmute themselves with *6. The EPC clerk will start the timer and let you know when your time is up. Have anyone wishing to speak? Looks like we have 2.
Yeah, we have 3. I'll start with Anna Marie. So one moment while I set the timer up. Yes. Okay, Anna Marie, you should be able to start.
Great, thank you so much. First of all, thank you for taking the time to discuss this issue here tonight. It is needed, also very appreciated. Also, thank you to staff for all of their hard work and the presentation. The Mountain View mobile home community has a large population of seniors, disabled persons, veterans, families with children, and low-income residents. This is just one example of a resident with special circumstances. My mom is a disabled senior, and it would be incredibly difficult and time-consuming to find comparable and suitable housing that would accommodate her special needs. She suffered a fall a couple weeks ago and is back in the hospital and is currently recovering from surgery on her leg. Thankfully, we have great neighbors that rushed over to help her and an amazing social worker from CSA that was able to help me take her to the emergency room. That kind of sense of community is important for people with special circumstances. And as renters of our mobile home, we are grateful to have these protections. We hope we'll be able to stay here for years to come. And I think every single mobile home resident deserves all the relocation protections, as many as possible. But in particular, people with special circumstances should not have, there should be an elimination of all means testing. There should be extended noticing requirements for people with special circumstances, a full refund of security deposits, full release from one's lease upon notice of potential displacement, and a first right of refusal for sale and a return. As a renter, I thank you, and thank you all so much, and have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker?
One moment, please. Okay, Elia?
Hi. Yeah, I'm a senior. I live in Santiago Villa. I do own my home though, and but I do know a lot of tenants. There are about 200 mobile homes within Sahara and Santiago Villa who have tenants who rent their homes. The thing that I worry about for them is things like the income requirement. You know, things have changed for seniors. A lot of seniors end up working for a certain period of time, and they might be off for a year and on for a year. That happened to me. I was very low income for about a year and a half, and if they were forced out of their homes with one of those 4 reasons, they might be it might be during a year when they are working. And they would be totally disadvantaged because unlike most people who are well, I'm not sure about most, but your typical renter is somebody who has a regular income, and seniors don't necessarily have that. So that's kind of a worrisome thing, that income requirement. You know, I know for myself, I'm working, I'm doing fine, and I would be okay. But, you know, and especially another problem that seniors have is that they have a lot of stuff. And it's very hard for seniors to move. And if they're disabled on top of it, it's a real struggle. So I kind of wanted you to think about those particular tenants, and I know there are many, many of them. I know several myself who have had their fortunes wax and wane. So this could be particularly difficult for some of the people who are covered.
Thank you. Speaker, please.
Next speaker is Alex Brown.
All right. Hey, planning friends. Mobile homeowner here, speaking in solidarity with my neighbors who rent their homes. Being displaced is a difficult and traumatic experience for everyone, and all the more so when you're a senior or disabled or have other life issues that might complicate trying to find a new place to live. Atreo is the least we can do to try to help people out in times like that, to try to keep them on their feet. I mean, everyone here knows what trauma is like. I mean, I'm sure you've all known people who have gone through moving issues, and who have been forced out of their homes. I mean, I assume everyone knows someone like that. I've seen all too many of that last few years in mobile home parks, and I think that this is the least we can do to try to help people out. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Guadalupe, and as a reminder, can you put your hands down after you're done speaking? Thank you. Okay, Guadalupe. Oh, sorry.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. I'm using my phone, so it's a little difficult. I've never called via my phone, so I wanted to apologize for the earlier call, earlier comment, because I thought I had missed the section where you would be talking about this item. So the reason for my call is to give you an example of what it's like for me to live here in the park. I live here in the park, and although I am an owner of the mobile home that I live in, I do know my neighbors, and my neighbors are definitely renting the space and the mobile home. So for them, $3,700, it's definitely a lot of money. And although they have kids and they survive and they make it and they love living here, and of course they're Latino and Latina. And I also want to give you an example what it's like to work in for a union. Unfortunately, if our members or the people who have a union, they do get a raise, but if they're lucky, they get it once a year, and it's usually between 1% to 3%. So what I'm trying to tell you with that is that they are the ones the most vulnerable. Although they love this community because they love their schools that their kids go to, and they're vibrant members of the community, just like me. I mean, I have a beautiful orange tree where I'm always giving out oranges because they're really sweet. But the reason why I'm telling you this is that this community is beautiful, and we love it, and we hate to leave this community. But if we are forced to leave the community, I implore and hope that you would fight for these people to get the TREO money, especially for people who are in certain circumstances where it's very difficult, or they just meet the criteria, or they just miss the criteria. Sorry about that. So that is my comment for today, and I want to thank the EPC and the staff for all the hard work that they're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one more. It's a caller with last digit 872.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you let us know who you are?
Yeah, thanks so much for all your efforts. I'm a Mountain View resident living in one of the mobile home parks. Just to clarify the numbers that we're talking about, there's about 200 rentals where people actually rent their home and rent the space from the landlord. And over the last 2 years, all of us have been on pins and needles because we've been receiving several threatening letters from the landlord saying in the event of rent control, there's going to be a possibility that we're going to sell your home, we're going to remove your home from the market, all kinds of potential displacement. So that bee has been placed in everyone's bonnet, if you will, and is buzzing around, and a lot of us are losing sleep because we're fearful that we're going to lose our homes. And TREO needs to do everything possible to prevent that. In the event that that tragedy does happen, TREO needs to cover everyone, seniors, disabled. It doesn't matter if you're Bill Gates or a poor person. being displaced is incredibly traumatic. You can look at studies that show that being displaced from your home is involuntarily being displaced from your home is right up there with losing a loved one or losing a job in terms of stress and emotional trauma. So I beg all of you to consider that. We need major enhancements to the TREO. We need to eliminate all means testing, particularly for seniors, the disabled, and people who have lived in their homes a long time. When we need to treat this as a potential emergency. When FEMA goes in and helps people that have lost their home because of a hurricane or a tornado, they don't means test. They do everything possible to help these people move on with their lives. And TREO needs to do the same thing. So please, get rid of the means testing. All it does is it plays into the landlord's hands and has him rent out to wealthy people. We don't want that. Everyone should be treated equally. Rent control is not means tested, and TREO shouldn't be either. And I also support the other recommendations made by the other callers. Thank you so much for all your efforts on this.
Thank you.
Okay, it doesn't look like there's anyone else.
Okay. And we'll bring it back to the EPC for deliberation and action. So discussion, Commissioner Nunez.
Hi, I'm gonna lower my hand. So definitely, I'm very appreciative of the current recommendation and the current makeup of the TREO. Obviously, having heard some of this public comment and actually being able to corroborate for myself, having seen some of these letters that have in fact been sent to residents, I can definitely, I have a strong sense of empathy and sympathy for, what some might call harassment that our mobile home residents are currently under. That I can imagine definitely would create a lot of psychological stress. We're hearing from the people living through this that they're losing sleep, and that's not just a cost in terms of one's own mental state, but in terms of how that carries through into your whether it's your work life or your other initiatives. That can definitely create some lost productivity and other costs there. That said, I don't know that it's possible within the scope of TREO, or whether it's something that I would necessarily feel comfortable pushing for within this discussion to try and identify a way to end landlord harassment. That might be a little bit difficult. That said, I also want to kind of connect some of the dots around, we heard some testimony around the particular difficulties that some of our senior residents and disabled residents who specifically, a lot of times actually intentionally move into mobile home residences because traditionally they are seen as more affordable. That is a population that I feel very, very sensitive to in terms of their not just economic disposition, but their actual physical ability to do a lot of the things that many of us just take for granted, like moving a box. And so one of the things that I'd like to throw out there for this deliberative body is a consideration of the expenses and costs associated with moving, especially for the special circumstance residents. So one of the things that I did find, Anki, very informational was that kind of highlighting around that increase to the TREO around, trying to give and extend an opportunity for people who might need to, live out the rest of the school year, or maybe they have just a certain circumstance that makes it harder for them to find or settle into a new residence immediately. I find that very important because, as far as the relocation assistance goes, that pool of money, that $8,000 that residents get, the way that I have, experienced it, and having done a lot of this groundwork with people who were being displaced in my past, my experience is that people really look at this money as a fund that they save for when they need to go out and, try and resettle in another place and try and afford 2 to 3 months of rent, and be able to, stabilize their residence in another city. And so what I'd like to, throw out there and try and get some support for here is a additional, recommendation to the City Council to consider a certain stipend specifically for moving costs. My understanding is, back in 2020, when this last came up, there was some, kind of thinking around I believe it's Caltrans, kind of standard index. If Wayne Chen is still here, he might be able to speak to this around the formula specifics. But there is a formula that is out there specifically set up to, help cover some moving costs. It's not a lot. From my understanding of 2014 numbers from 2014, it was set at like, $1,000 if you move more than 50 miles away from where you're being displaced from. And so, I think it would make a lot of sense just to give people an opportunity to make that $8,000 pool of monies available for stabilizing residents. In order for us to try and help them preserve the value of that money, I think it would be very beneficial for us to try and provide just that little bit furthermore assistance, so that people have just a certain amount of money that they know they can count on, even if it doesn't cover all of it, but just a little bit of money they can have to hire people to come move boxes for them, to drive the U-Haul, to Tracy or something, whatever. But with the main intent of being able to preserve that $8,000 bucket specifically for housing costs and stabilizing their residency. So that's a thought, and I'll kind of be quiet and hear what everyone thinks.
The commissioners. A question for Anki. The special circumstances edition, that's the same as for the standard rentals as well. This isn't unique to the mobile homes, right? This is already exists in place.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So with this amendment, all we were trying to do is incorporate mobile home tenants and not reevaluate all other conditions in the trail at this moment. So special circumstances households do get the 3 months comparable rent, plus the 8,000 something for special circumstances money currently, and that was increased in 2020 by the City Council, that number.
And it's you said, right? So it will go up in 2022 and up in 2023.
It will,
indexed for inflation.
The $8,000 gets indexed every year.
Okay. Andy, did you have a comment on that, or what were you?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a comment. I just wanted to kind of reinforce what Anki just said, that we brought this ordinance forward because of specific direction from council that was part of their approval of the mobile home rent stabilization ordinance. And they asked us to make this very focused and discrete change to cover mobile home tenants. And so in order to move as quickly as possible, staff didn't do a lot of additional outreach, which we would do if we were going to be modifying the TREO as applied to, the current scope of the TREO, which are, other, landlords and rental housing throughout Mountain View. So I just wanted to, I think these comments are fine, and they've been raised through the process. But what we noticed was a specific amendment to the TREO to cover mobile home tenants.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes, so I'm generally okay with I'm fully on board with the staff recommendation here. I think just from having watched the council meeting last year, I think as staff just pointed out, the goal here is to basically get mobile homes covered by the TREO here, and not to, just so that everything's uniform across the TREO for whether you're in a mobile home or not, to make sure that mobile homes are covered. I think there's merit to some of the ideas that have been raised, and they've been raised in the past when the council looked at amending the TREO, but I would hesitate to go down the route of adding stipends or removing means testing. I think that would be a discussion for a TREO change broadly across, because seniors live not just in mobile homes, but in other units that are covered by the TREO. So I think the direction here that I'm comfortable with is just what staff has proposed, getting the ordinance in place. I looked through the red lines and everything based on the recommendation from the RHC and thought everything looked reasonable, and to get the mobile homes covered by the TREO. So I'll be supporting staff recommendation when it's time to make that motion.
Commissioner Dempsey, you had your hand up. Okay. Commissioner Hairmeyer.
I just want to echo what Commissioner Clark said. I'm supportive of the staff recommendation. I think there are certainly valid concerns that have been raised tonight and as part of TREO more broadly, but I'd like to see this expedited as part of just compliance with our broader TREO on this particular section and segment of our population.
Other commissioners? Vice Chair Ian.
Thank you. I was going to say that I was happy that Sandy, Ms. Lee had clarified that. I do want to make sure that the mobile home renters are covered. First and foremost, that's number one. And if we just add in, that with the next TREO, what is it called, change, that these things were brought up, that would be very useful, I think. Thank you.
Mr. Dempsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to add a very simple comment, which is that looking at this overall, I think it's a very reasonable extension of the existing protections for renters. I don't see any issues, and it feels like the right thing to do. So I'll be supporting it today as well.
Commissioner Gutierrez.
Yes, thank you, sir. Yeah, no, I see what's going on with the process. It's good to understand that too, especially if you're new to this whole issue of how do these things work with amendments. So the goal is to basically have uniformity across the line so that you have protections that were on the side of apartment renters, for example, also be extended over to the mobile home community, which is great. So in terms of that, and from that perspective, I agree with the rest of the colleagues here on that I'll be in support of this amendment.
Commissioner Nunez.
Yeah, definitely want to thank Sandy for that as well, for that clarification. I also feel pretty comfortable with the staff recommendation as is, and I'll be supporting that. And I also appreciate everyone's considerations definitely, hopefully, the next time council looks at the trail, I know that it'll be something that hopefully at that time can be considered in a little bit more detail.
Everyone's spoken. The only my only comment would be I support the idea of incorporation with the existing trail. I would actually be very concerned about proposing something that would be different for the mobile homes from the rest of the rental community. And I think any discussion along lines should actually be in the context of a much broader trail discussion. So I'm comfortable with what staff has proposed and will be supporting this. And so I would, sounds like, do we have a motion on the table, Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, so I'll move that the EPC recommend that the City Council adopt an ordinance amending Article 13 of Chapter 36 of the Mountain View City Code related to tenant relocation assistance to provide tenant relocation assistance benefits and a first right to return to mobile home tenants who rent a mobile home in a Mountain View mobile home park.
A second. Commissioner Gutierrez?
Second.
Okay, discussion? If not, Ms. Pennelar, can we do the roll call or vote?
Okay. Commissioner Clark?
Aye.
Commissioner Dempsey?
Aye.
Commissioner Gutierrez?
Aye.
Commissioner Haymeyer?
Aye.
Commissioner Nunez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yin?
Aye.
And Chair Cranston?
Aye.
And the motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. So we will then move on to item number 6 in our agenda. 6.1 is a study session regarding 189 North Bernardo Avenue project. We start with a presentation from Calista Burke, project planner, and Rebecca Shapiro, deputy zoning administrator. Calista? Oh, there you are.
Thank you, Chair Cranston. Let me just go ahead and get the PowerPoint up. Good evening, Chair Cranston and Commissioners. Today's presentation will introduce the project at 189 Bernardo Avenue and outline key questions for the EPC. The proposed project is located at the corner of Bernardo Avenue and Central Expressway in the East Wisman Precise Plan. It includes a new office building and a parking garage on an existing office site. The minor facade modifications are proposed on the existing 2-story office building to remain. The project is proposing to use 28,000 square feet of LASD TDRs. Sandhill received authorization from Council to submit a project as part of the Los Altos School District TDR program in 2018. The East Wisman Precise Plan was under development as the project was in the planning process. The DRC reviewed the project last month, and its recommendations are listed in the staff report. There are several topics outlined in the staff report, and I'll briefly touch on these today. The Precise Plan requires publicly accessible open space amenities, which this project is providing. These include publicly accessible areas noted with red asterisks and the multi-use path and paseo highlighted in red through the site. Due to constraints explained in the staff report, the project is seeking exceptions for the multi-use path standards and paseo standards, shown in red. The DRC generally supported the proposed site plan, but has many recommendations to improve the design and bring the project into further compliance with the multi-use path standards. The project is proposing to remove 74 heritage trees. The majority of the trees on the site are unhealthy trees and noted for removal in red on the sheet. Green dots indicate healthy preserved trees. Yellow dots indicate healthy trees proposed for removal. And purple dots indicate the 16 healthy trees, 9 of which are heritage trees, that staff believes could be saved with the measures outlined in the staff report, including changes to the building footprint, reduced parking, and further exceptions to the multi-use path standards. The DRC recommends the applicant study modifications to the proposed facade design to better achieve the design objectives of a light, floating glass building that reflects the curved movement along Central Expressway. The DRC also recommends further relationship between the ground floor design and proposed open space. These recommendations and more are summarized in the staff report. The parking garage is located at the east corner of the site and includes 2 levels of underground parking. The facade is mostly clad in metal fins and a green screen at the lower levels, as well as graphic printed screen on the north facade. DRC recommendations are summarized in the staff report. Staff requests the EPC discuss these 3 questions regarding the site plan, tree preservation, and project design. This concludes staff's presentation. Planning staff and the applicant team are available for questions, and the applicant will also give a brief presentation. Thank you.
We have from the applicant. Laura, you're on mute. Who do we have from the applicant?
Yeah, I'm promoting the applicant right now. Steve, you should be on right now.
Hi, my name is Steve Lynch. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, apologize, it dropped off. My name is Steve Lynch. I'm with Sand Hill Property Company. I am the applicant and we are the property owner for 189 Bernardo. So thank you, Ms. Burke, for the staff report. It was fairly complete. We do have a very brief presentation tonight. I will only shortly add before that. Sorry, 1 second here. We have been working on this site for a little over 3 years, including with Mr. Anderson when the East Wisdom Precise Plan was coming through. And I will say that we are a little bit delayed coming in front of you, primarily from a couple of issues. Number one is we have had some issues locating the trail on our property. It is a little bit of a difficult site. And at the time, we were trying to coordinate with the property owner to the north, who also was coming through the gatekeeper proposal. And we had a little more of an optimal design for the trail, meaning we kind of share, each side would have a sort of a half portion of the trail. And we thought we had a better, more optimal design. Unfortunately, the property owner to the north is a little bit delayed coming through. So we were sort of waiting as long as we could till we could move forward. As well as the Sunnyvale undercrossing. So Sunnyvale has been working on this undercrossing for about a little over 5 years now. We've had actually 4 meetings with city staff to understand where this trail is exactly going to land, how are they going to get under Central Expressway. It's a little bit of a Gordian knot to untie, if you will. Fortunately, we actually own on the other side of Bernardo, which is 280 Bernardo. We own that property as well. We redeveloped that. We also made way. We removed parking spaces and some landscaping. So whichever side that trail ultimately lands on, we're going to be able to accommodate that. So that's the good news. But as Mrs. Burke said, there's quite a few trees, unfortunately, that are in the way, kind of no matter which way we go here. So we're prepared to be flexible no matter where Mountain View and Sunnyvale land. And then finally is the Los Altos School District TDR. So that's been sort of a bit of a long saga, but I think we kind of have arrived at a pretty good conclusion on that for our site. So with that, I will turn it over to a very short presentation from our design team. That's Ken Rodriguez and Rashna Ramesh from Ken Rodriguez Partners, as well as Gary Lehman, who's landscape architect tonight. You'll probably have some questions for them. So with that, I'll turn it over to Gary and Rashna.
Sorry, I'm trying to find them. Okay. Rashna and Gary.
And do you have slides?
Okay. think that's everyone.
Will there be slides that they're sharing?
I think, no, from our standpoint, that we'd love to answer any questions that you have. We do have some slide decks that we can refer to that relate to the architecture or the site landscaping. And it'd probably be in the interest of time and the best thing for the commission's time is to maybe do it that way.
Right. So as a study session, first thing we do is take it out for public comment first, and then bring it back to the commission. So would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Phone users can mute and unmute themselves with *6. EPC clerk will start the timer and let you know when your time is up. Panel, do we have anyone online wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, we do have one. Bruce, I'm gonna allow you to talk.
Okay, do you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Bruce England speaking for Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning and Green Spaces Mountain View. We've been commenting during the DRC process, so those on the project team will be very familiar with these comments. And I see Rebecca Shapiro on hand too, and she's familiar with these comments as well. We're concerned about the trees, of course, and we understand some of the challenges and that there are some problems with the existing trees. But just in general, we want to see as many existing trees preserved and any new plantings be native, drought tolerant, and pollinator friendly choices. And then I have 4 other general comments. One is that the new building has a lot of glass paneling, which poses issues for birds and other flying animals and for heat and cooling and light leakage to the outside. So we'd like to see any additional considerations to the design take that into account. And second, of 4 active design elements being emphasized to emphasize stairways over elevators. That's just considered active design. And then on the Bernardo undercrossing, yeah, so there are multiple projects. There's this one, and then there's the undercrossing with Mountain View and Sunnyvale. Getting that to connect on the east side of Bernardo rather than the west side is going to take the best advantage of the public-facing amenities in the corner of 189 Bernardo and that project. Some of the speed limits around there are problematic. That it goes from 45 to 50 miles an hour along Central, and I don't have the diagram in front of me, but the speeds on Bernardo also seemed high to us, and the lane widths on Bernardo also seemed wider than they necessarily ought to be. 11 feet, 10 feet would be better. And then fireplaces on site, if they do put those in, to please make them electric and not gas. I also have a comment from one of our members, and I'll just read what she says, that the POPAs are pretty isolated for spaces that are supposed to have public access. They seem awkward and unlikely to be utilized by those outside the office employees. The path is the only thing that's designed to be used by the public. And then the parking garages being open air is going to mean a lot of light leakage. She says that she would argue that they either be lit or open air. And if they're going to be open, then the lights need to be turned off based on motion sensors. The parking lots along 237 are the worst light offenders. And that's it from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers?
I'm seeing none. Yeah.
We will bring it back to the EPC for deliberation and for discussion and questions. So let's open up for questions first from commissioners. Commissioner Gutierrez.
Quick question here. In terms of the trees that are possibly salvageable, I read through the documentations that were sent to us, but I wasn't sure if I saw where exactly would they be placed. Would they be relocated within the same said project, or how would that be handled?
I'm going to go ahead and pull up the diagram. So no, these trees, well, first of all, Staff and the applicant are looking into the possible relocation of some of the trees, but none have been determined for good candidates at this point, but that is something that we're looking into. The purple trees noted here are the 16 healthier trees. Noted in the arborist report that staff believes that with some smaller changes to the site design could be saved. So those are the purple trees here. I haven't been able to assess them for relocation. That's something that the city arborist and the applicant's arborist are assessing.
Okay, so that's to be determined in general. Okay, thank
Commissioner Haymeyer.
Thanks. I wanted to raise a question to the applicant about the glass design. I didn't see in the project plans what impact you're anticipating that having on species and the light emissions. So I'd love to hear from the applicant.
Yeah, I think if we could bring up the renderings, Clarissa, or give us control, and maybe Rashna can help me bring them up, whichever works best.
While the applicant is bringing those up, I'd like to state that the East Wisman Precise Plan does have requirements for bird-safe design, included fritted glass and other measures. And so this project would be subject to those requirements.
Yes, thank you very much. And we have taken this into consideration in the design. Here you can see rendering from Central Expressway looking back east, sort of northeast. But the glass will be a combination of fritted glass, textured glass that will be consistent with design principles, recent design principles for bird safety glass. And that was an important part of our presentation and design to the DRC.
And I would only briefly add that we had ARUP study our bird safe glass, and they came up with several recommendations for different glass types that would work for bird safe design. From Sandhill's side, this is certainly not our first glass office building, and this is not a unique comment. So we're obviously very conscious of bird safe design. So this is a pretty standard sort of recommendation in terms of fritted glass design.
Commissioner Dempsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a small question and a large question. My small one is, what exactly is going to go into those POPAs? Are you going to keep the basketball half court on that little one in the corner? What's the POPA going to look like over on the Bernardo side? If you just have more detail you can share, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, why don't we bring that up and let Gary Lehman talk a little bit about those areas. But we are going to enhance all of that space you spoke of. So, Gary?
Sure. Maybe if we zoom in on the multi-use court on the left there. Yeah, we're looking to have a half-court basketball that can also serve as other sport amenities there. And we are studying how to make this feel more open, more welcoming to people who would be accessing it off of the trail. We heard that clearly from DRC, and we have some good ideas to how to respond to that, to really make that feel like it is more of a public amenity space. Likewise, as we go to the center portion of the project, we had comments also looking at how to make this central space more inviting. You can see there's at the top of the screen there's some bike lockers, which we're effectively creating kind of a barrier, actually just north of, there we go. There's a bike lockers there. It was sort of pinching down the access area and really not creating as welcoming a space as possible there. And so we're looking to reconfigure that area to create a more generous and welcoming space that would bring people into the courtyard area. We are looking to replace the fireplace feature, so we're not going to have gas utilized there. And we're looking at having other amenities there that would be community oriented and inviting for employees and for the public to be able to enjoy that space. There's a number of existing trees in that area that we're able to preserve, which will really help to enhance the character of that environment. And then over to the right, there's also a space here that is we developed to create a variety of outdoor uses, including outdoor barbecues, seating areas, a sculptural element out on the street to create a nice welcoming gesture to Bernardo and Central, and a wall behind there to help create sort of a seating element and a gathering space for that area. And one of the comments we received from the DRC was to make this more permeable and more open to the public. And so we're looking to expand walkways out to the bike path and also down to Bernardo to really create increased permeability there, and again, to make it more generous and more welcoming to the public in that area.
So for what it's worth, keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to add, Commissioner, if you now take a look at the overall plan, you'll see that each one of those POVOs areas are really linked off of the new access trail, which I think is going to be a great addition to that area. And they literally split the sites at really walkable areas, as well as nice visual pieces in between buildings, and linking the site together. As you know, these are office R&D buildings that don't have a lot of activity on the weekends. So we're hoping that the public, especially with the residential to the west, and quite a bit of it, will utilize some of these off this new trail. Sorry. So I just wanted to add that.
No, that's great. And I think you're headed in the right direction for sure. I think, it's very easy for pedestrians and people that don't work there to assume that's private property. It's real easy. The barbecue thing you have over going on the right, I'd walk by that and completely assume that was private property. So I think the comments, I think you've got the idea, but signage and design, there's lots of things you can do, but you really got to make it obvious that people are welcome there, because otherwise people are going to walk right by it, and that's just a waste. People need more green space. So whatever you can do to really like shine a light on those three spaces so people feel welcome there, I think is a really smart thing to do. The other question that I have, it almost doesn't even pertain to your building. It's really a question about the precise plan. In the staff report, it said that there's the jobs housing linkage program for the entirety of East Wisman, but that this particular building was grandfathered out of it because of the TDR. Do I have that correctly?
Yes. So the TDR program moved forward, and these gatekeepers were authorized prior to the jobs housing linkage being incorporated into the East Wisman Precise Plan. And so most of the TDRs that are coming from the LASD site are actually coming to East Wisman. So it's something that the council considered very carefully. So it's not specific to this site, it's all the TDR projects in East Wisman. And so council did decide, when they incorporated the job housing linkage program into the East Wisman Precise Plan, to grandfather in these gatekeepers that had already been authorized through the LASD TDR program. If you have any further questions about the jobs housing linkage, Eric Anderson would be able to answer those.
Great, because really the question that I have, and this is more for my own education than it really is a comment about this particular project, is I just want to understand, since the TDR program predominates here for this project, just remind me, what is it that the school district is getting from this particular development? And just theoretically, if the jobs housing linkage program had predominated here, I'm curious to know what else the developer would have had to do to be compliant with that program within the East Wisman Precise Plan. Is that something that can be easily answered?
I can answer the first half of that question for you.
I'll take what I can get.
Yeah, so the first half of that question. So through the LASD TDR programs, there's a site in San Antonio, Precise Plan area, that is going to be a future school site. And that site has additional development rights that the school's not planning to use. And so what the city of Mountain View did to collaborate with the school is allowed them to sell those development rights that they're not planning on using, that additional FAR, to private developers. And through this whole program, there was a gatekeeper meeting, and council authorized those TDRs to be moved to certain sites throughout the city, most of them being in East Wisman. And so it not only allows the school site through this program and allowed the LASD to take over that school site, but it also helps fund the construction of the new school because through the sale of the TDRs. So that's a contract between LASD and these private developers. So the developers are actually paying LASD for these TDRs, and that money is going towards constructing the school. So it
and
makes
if I
it more
could just
feasible.
Interject for a moment, sort of maybe more importantly than funds for school construction, what the TDR program gave was a sort of a funding source for LASD to leverage in order to acquire land. I think as the Environmental Planning Commission probably knows, land in Mountain View is very expensive and competitive to acquire. And so what the city heard from LASD, as well as community members during the San Antonio Precise Plan process was sort of two things. One, that it was a very competitive market, and LASD was seeing demographic change in Mountain View that was affecting student generation and identifying a need for an additional school site. And what we heard from community members was that, crossing El Camino was a big barrier to getting students to school, and that that there was great demand for an additional school site that was located in Mountain View. And so the city did not have sort of land to sort of contribute to the cause, but what we were able to do was collaborate with the Los Altos School District to develop the TDR program, which sort of was a statement of commitment as well as a resource for generating revenue to acquire property to develop a school in Mountain View to serve students in the San Antonio area. So that is sort of the genesis of the TDR program and what LASD is sort of seeing benefits from projects like this proceeding through our entitlement process.
And then just to follow up on the kind of what if they had been required to do it question. So if they had been required to do the Jobs Housing Linkage Program, they would have had to find a residential developer to partner with. And the reality of these private partnership markets is that they're very uncertain. They are, and especially if you're already a project, that's already kind of laid your cards on the table of what you're actually going to do, it makes it very difficult to go and find a developer that is not going to kind of take all the value out of your project, right, in this kind of private negotiation market. So we would imagine that in the by requiring these projects that were already in the door to partner with a residential developer, they would almost certainly leave the TDR program completely.
Vice Chair Yin.
Thank you. I had several questions, and I may just chop it up so other people get a chance. I have great sympathy. There's a lot of challenges in this particular lot between the precise plan, what we're aiming to get from the city, and from what I see that the property owner wants to do with it. I do have several questions. They seem unrelated, but I'll get to how they relate later. One question is, do we know with the Bernardo underpass whether or not, or how much land that's going to take up? Because I see that there is the POPA on the corner of Central and North Bernardo. And if that is where the exit is, they're going to have to be able to have distance to rise up to hit the sidewalk elevation. So do you guys know how much room they're going to need to adjust for that? Because I would imagine that the POPA would kind of give way to the entrance exit to the underpass in that case, when it does get put in.
Yes, if I could share my screen, Rashana.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So on this screen is the extent of the areas being studied for the Bernardo Undercrossing project. So at this point, while I've been told that the undercrossing coming through here and coming up on this project site or near this project site is favored, there are still studying options of having it come up over here. And there are two options for it coming up on the west, which would be this project site. This is one of the options. So you see that the path actually comes up on this side in Sunnyvale, ramps down here, and then crosses, and also allows for access here, a ramping up to get to the train station, and then comes here and ramps up to this corner. And so you see that this would be the ramp that you're referring to. And yes, we would need a pretty extensive ramp. The plan is for the path to be 16 feet wide, which is pretty substantial. And then this is another option that's being considered here. So they changed the middle, but here it's the same on this project site. So that's the ramping that's envisioned, all of it with the ramps coming up at the corner, but really continuing along quite a length of this project.
Okay. And how does that fit in with the pedestrian way, the multi-use path? They'd go in parallel?
Yes, so they would. So if you look here, this is a zoomed in shot, and this is the tree diagram zoomed in. This red line here is the property line. And then if you see faintly here underneath, that is the multi-use path. So the proposed multi-use path comes right up against the property line, and the rest is the Caltrans right of way. And so the path would actually ramp up here directly adjacent, come up right here, and then the multi-use path would continue right there adjacent to it.
Okay, I understand now. So sort of like a switchback if you were to cross, come up,
yes,
and then go to the east.
Exactly.
Okay, so then the POPA doesn't really get removed in that sense.
Correct. In either of the scenarios, it looks as though, if anything, that sort of public corner space gets slightly expanded because there's sort of a curb line that's that encompasses where the ramp comes up within the Central Expressway right of way.
Okay, so in that case, the site plan with all the trees, that line, the buffer between Central and the multi-use path actually aren't there for a good chunk in front of the existing building, because that would be the ramp up from the underpass.
Okay. Right, it would ramp right here. And what's noted in the staff report that I think you're referencing is the concern that these trees would be removed as part of this ramping, and that's because there'd be extensive excavation that would occur directly adjacent to the trees and kill their root system.
Right. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but even trees aside, I'm just trying to envision what the final end product would look like, and it would be 40 to 50 mile hour traffic adjacent to a big wall with the pedestrian and bike path coming up from the underpass, another wall so that people don't fall into it for the multi-use path right adjacent to the corners of the building with very little setback.
Potentially, yeah. The sort of the final design is obviously not at that
set, but that's
not at that set. But there would be some sort of fall barrier between sort of any adjacent pathway and the ramp. Typically the minimum dimensions for something like that vertically would be probably about 42 inches.
Okay. and I understand wanting to keep an existing building there. As long as it's got life, why not use it? But a question for the property owner slash developer is, are there any plans for that building to change in the near future?
So thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, so there's not right now. So unfortunately, the building is stabilized with some tenants at this time. It's so the answer to that is no. It's viable. 30 years down the line, I think we probably would consider that. But the building is built in the early 80s, so it's got quite a bit of life left in that. One thought I would offer on this Sunnyvale undercrossing, by the way, just in conversations with Sunnyvale and Mountain View, the same thing. There's always been sort of this, there's a lot of east-west connections through both cities, but there's not a lot of north-south connections, particularly from the different neighborhoods. So even though I think any of us would say, look, this connection maybe isn't ideal, I think there's a lot of ways to treat this, but to get this connection between Sunnyvale and Mountain View, particularly under Central Expressway, which unfortunately is just sort of a scar that's just cutting right through. Even I would say this is a pretty important crossing. So commuters, bicyclists and whatnot, this is really a critical north-south crossing. I understand how you sort of outlined it with the wall upon the wall, but I think there's actually some pretty good ways to make it work, to make it look good. So Sunnyvale's got some pretty good ideas they will eventually bring to you. So even though this does take quite a bit of our property, I'm convinced a little bit it's a pretty good undercrossing. So that's just my 2 cents worth on it. So.
Oh, I'm totally for more connections.
Yeah.
You hear me talk later. In general, yeah. I am for it. More is better than less, especially since, in general, we have like very large blocks and less porosity through those blocks in our suburban environment. And that is what it is. However, with the precise plan, we were looking to do more of, the connectivity. So I'm all for that. Not a worry there. It is just that there's really no real sort of buffer between Central Expressway and the multi-use path other than another path, which is right up against it. And I just, in general, know that it's a little uncomfortable to walk next to traffic going that quickly. So I'm just trying to, put it into my head. And since it's a study session, it's just sort of bringing things up now and not much later when more work has gone into it. So I've learned that lesson. So bear with me. In those diagrams that I saw with the underpass, and I noticed that there is a light at Bernardo. Are we getting rid of the on-ramp, off-ramp type traffic flow from Central onto Bernardo? Or are those still remaining? Do you know what I mean? It's the sort of shortcut. Instead of stopping at a light, making a right on a green or a red, like you would at a typical intersection. Right now we have like on-ramps and off-ramps because Central is an expressway. It's sort of, a small freeway.
So
do those go
correct. Those slip lanes, which are the free right-hand turn onto Bernardo and from Bernardo back to Central. So those will remain. So we've talked to county roads and airports about plans to modify or remove those. And they have said, no, indeed, there are no plans right now. So if in the future they're interested in modifying that, we're happy to participate, but they don't have any plans right now. They're interested in keeping the slip lanes in place.
But I think one of the things you'll see in the diagrams of this Bernardo undercrossing is that there are modifications to that corner configuration.
Yeah, it looks like something is going on.
So, one of the things that will have to happen as part of that undercrossing project is coordination with the Santa Clara County Roads Department, who have jurisdiction over the intersections of Central Expressway with other local roadway systems. So,
I totally see the challenge in having all these puzzle pieces try to fit together, and not even doing it simultaneously. Kind of got to do it one at a time, and there's a chain effect there. Okay, another question. Sorry. So you guys already mentioned it, that the property to the north, though it looks like similar type buildings on it, is a different property owner. They're the ones that are coming in a little bit late. That's a different property owner, not you guys, but
correct. That's owned by the Chris Vanny family. So yes, okay. I'm not sure exactly where they are on their plans, but they're a little bit behind us at this time.
Okay, it would have been great if they have like a draft site plan to have put that together so that we get a whole picture of what's going on. That's just my own take. Maybe this question is for staff. Is Central Avenue seen as the front, or is the Bernardo seen as kind of the front to this parcel?
From a design perspective, we're viewing it all as the front. Anything that is publicly viewable has special design attention. The precise plan specific in terms of setbacks from the multi-use path and Central versus Bernardo. So it doesn't call out typical setbacks, at least that apply to Bernardo and Central here as the front or side. So that's not a distinction that we had to make, but anything that is visible from the public right of way, we're giving that special design attention that you would the front of a property.
Okay. And I know this is sort of a conundrum for you guys. If Central and Bernardo are sort of both quote unquote fronts, when I look at the design of the site plan, it's almost as if the surface parking is the front in the way that the public open spaces are designed. It's just what I would take away from it. And it could be just because the existing building is shaped that way. And that's the room you have left over. But it almost feels like the surface parking area is the main entry for all the buildings. And I know this is not an area where we're trying to make it super urban, walkable. I know we're trying, but it's very difficult. It still feels very much like the typical sort of suburban development where you have a parking lot and then you enter from the parking lot into the building rather than prioritizing the walking and the biking and having wherever the pedestrians and bikes be the front. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
that's just a comment.
Yeah, this is Ken again. If we could bring up our site plan, I think it would help the commission as I walk through this, because this is a really good question. When we started off the design, this is one of the first things that we faced, and I think this is a good plan. And the only access, the vehicular access that we can have is off Bernardo. So we can't have any access off Central. So that dictates that's where the autos will go. And what we've done is we've pushed that driveway and parking all the way to the far north end of the property, as you can see. And we have only visitor parking in front of these buildings. So they will become, I think, beautiful parking courts. You can see some of the high-end pavement textures that we've used to break up the massing of the parking. It's not a lot of parking stalls, but it feels like visitor parking. And then directional signage for the vehicular traffic will all go back to the garage. And so everything will park in the garage and under the new building, which we think will be very energy efficient, compact, and at that point of the site. What we've done differently here is we've opened out a ceremonial entrance on the north side, but more than that, we've now opened entrances to the pedestrian path. So we have full see-through or full cross pedestrian walkway access through the building in what we call a pass-through lobby. So you can enter from one side of the building, walk to the elevator cores and stair core in the center of the building, and you'll be able to get in and out of the building in both directions. I think that's pretty unique. It's almost very urban. It will get anyone walking on the path an access point directly into the building that will appear to be an entry, and you'll see that on the design features of the building. The other thing that we've done is we've separated the pedestrians on the north side of the building from the vehicular traffic area. We have a new promenade walkway that connects the entire project that doesn't exist today, all the way out to Bernardo. So anyone that comes in a bicycle or anyone that walks in through the building will come in that direction, as the cursor is showing, and come through the site, enter into these buildings, and then also have access to the courtyard spaces, which, as I said in my earlier presentation, also tie into the pedestrian path. So there's these really good north-south connections along the project for pedestrians. We've broken them down into small blocks at really, manageable dimensions. So I think they'll function like that. I think could be a really nice space not seen out in that area. So questions about that?
Well, yeah, thank you for the description of it. It does just highlight sort of the idea that the front is very much sort of where the parking is. But I am glad to know that with that divot in the proposed building in the middle, that there is an entry off the trail, the multi-use trail. Though I don't think anyone from the public's actually going to enter the building to go through, just because I think most people when they see doors are not thinking that I should go in there to cut through, in order to get further in the lot.
And I would just add just briefly, this portion of the East Westman precise plan is not the highest intensity portion of the
exactly
areas, and so there is a somewhat more suburban layout to be expected, which on this particular site is, for lack of a better word, exacerbated by the fact that they are preserving that existing building. If we were dealing with a clean, fresh site, which is I think unheard of in Mountain View, then I think there might be some different design decisions that we would make, but I think it's an apt characterization, and I do believe that the design team and staff are doing what we can to be alert to the issue of entry into the site and how public access can be facilitated.
Okay, and thank you very much. This is where I totally empathize with the challenge. I totally see where the limitations are and the difficulties given that certain pieces can't move. But I'm just highlighting sort of these challenges so that council is also aware, and just in general for the design team to take note. If we're going to talk about the northwest connections, I understand the major POPA is sort of hidden behind the existing building. It's the shape of the building that it is. We're not changing it much. And I can see that that's the reason for that. However, getting to that area is a little bit narrower. And it's also blocked by the bike lockers. So it's narrowed even further, so that really only 1/3 of that path is visible from the multi-use path. So it sort of feels like it's all walled off. There's this just tiny little sidewalk that anyone from the public is just going to assume. And as you can see, it leads into the entry of that building, and not something where you can continue to walk and suddenly find this big wide open space with a lot of cool stuff to enjoy. That's one comment. I know it's a relatively flat site, so not a lot of topo. One question also is whether or not you need the whole second row of surface parking. Since you're building the parking garage, can some of those, other than the handicap spaces, and move into the parking garage? And that way you'd get another chunk of space to give over to whatever it is we need for more open space or more trees, instead of having the exception to what is in the precise plan. I know there's some challenges, but to minimize the exception. It's a whole lot of surface parking.
The applicant?
Yes, it is. Designer / applicant.
Yeah, we can study that. I think. Right. I think in reality, the amount of stalls there would be in such a low percentage compared to any site of this size anywhere in the community. There's just, maybe we need to work the percentages and show you. I know that green space is always better than cars. So I'm with you on that, Vice Chair. And so I want to look at that second row, as you said, the north side of the site. Is there any areas that we can add some additional planting there? And as you said, move those stalls in the garage. So we'll take a look at that.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And I know that the DRC had worked with you guys and staff. You guys have been working really hard to see whether or not the multi-use path would actually go in that direction instead of around Central. And I know that you mentioned all the challenges to doing that, but that's where that idea came from, is whether or not you can get the maybe half of the multi-use path one-way direction going in that way, and then the other going around Central, and thereby giving more space for trees and the like. I'm not sure. Just thinking of alternatives, since, you know, it's a study session.
Okay. Any other questions at this point, Vice Chair Yin?
I am going to let other people talk and
okay.
come back.
Commissioner Nunez.
Yeah, so I'm also feeling pretty, I don't know if the word is like sensitive or determined to make it more clear that POPA is actually a POPA. I totally know and feel that, you know, the DRC is extremely professional in what they're doing. So not overly trying to second guess here, but you know, when I look at this rendering, I definitely, you know, put myself in position, okay, I'm walking down Central. Does that look like a corporate amenity, or am I clear that actually I can go in there and get some use out of it? And it just really doesn't come off that way. So I'm very like, I want to add to that concern around, you know, kind of what Commissioner Dempsey and Yin are kind of speaking to. In terms of this being a study session and, you know, having alternatives, I guess a question to staff probably, and then maybe whether or not the applicant is even, you know, what the applicant would think about it, is if there was a way to kind of shrink, I don't know if the technical term is the envelope, the footprint of the building by trading off for a like one additional story, right? So instead of like 4, making it 5, and thereby you can kind of shrink that footprint and open it up a little bit more so it's clear. Is there anything around the precise plan, general plan that would prevent that? First of all, and then after that answer, I guess, you know, it would be up to, you know, the applicant or other commissioners if that's something that, you know, they found interesting as a trade-off to open up some more clear open space.
I can answer from a regulatory standpoint. The first thing is that the proposal to council at the gatekeeper authorization hearing was for a 4-story building, and the proposed building at 4 stories is meeting the maximum height established in the East Wisman precise plan. So in order to propose an additional floor at this building, staff would have to bring the project to another gatekeeper hearing with the city council. I will state that there are provisions within the TDR portion of the East Wisman precise plan that allow height exceptions associated with the TDR square footage being used on the property, as it is a higher intensity than what's envisioned. But I'll let the applicant speak to the feasibility of such a plan and redesign.
And I'll jump in. So thank you, Commissioner Nunez. This is actually a pretty similar question that I had posed to Planning Commission and City Council, again, about 3-4 years ago. It was actually more the city's consultant in terms of who's going to be using this area. Like what is our target audience? You know, is it bicycle commuters? Is it neighborhood commuters? Are folks like you and I going to come through on the weekends and use this open space area? I mean, that's certainly all possible. But as we're trying to design this, like, who are we targeting this for? Like what population will be out here using this? And realistically, the answer that came back from staff and the consultant, which I actually firmly believe, it's really going to be used by a daytime worker population during the day. So it's going to be used by generally folks who are out there, you know, once, you know, everyone sort of comes back to work, that is, you know, who's out in this area during the day. They'll know where this open space is. They'll know where the usable barbecue features are if, you know, you're going to sort of have a, you know, company, you know, event or gathering during the day. Likely it'll be used by the property to the north, which actually has a fairly significant employee population. Yep, thank you for the cursor there. It ranks in the thousands. We're going to have connections coming from our property to there. It could come from across Bernardo or, you know, north in Bernardo all the way up to the LinkedIn property. but folks will know this property is here. It'll be signed clearly. We'll make sure that it's abundantly clear. Really, so that's kind of our target population, if you will, who we're designing this for, is sort of the Monday to Friday, the 5-day-a-week crowd. Certainly folks from the neighborhood, East Westman, there's not really a connection to the East Westman neighborhood at this point in time. There could be in the future. So I would honestly just put a short answer to you, probably for the next 20 years is probably going to be the workers in this Bernardo area who are going to be the target population using this. And when that changes, that's probably a good time to reset our amenities, to take a look at something new and fresh and different. But understanding that, I think it'll be a little more obvious as, the workers, as we're out and about in our areas, we understand what's kind of open and accessible to us. We can have a phone call or a meeting or a working meeting down in this area. So hopefully that sheds a little bit of light on that.
Steve, if I could add too, I think, Commissioner, you're really close to some comments that came out of DRC as well, that they felt that the south side of the new proposed building, as it relates to the new trail edge, there should be more relief there. So I think one of the things we will be looking at is how to take off some of the ground floor space along that entire area there where the cursor is and up all the way to the edge of the building to the right, and pull that back and move footage up onto other floors that we can, to still remain within the height limit as Clarissa had mentioned. So I think we've got good direction from both DRC and now your commission here and various members to maybe look at that as well as the opening up of these passageways, these north-south connections, really making them open, inviting to whomever, whether it's employees or the general public. I totally agree that, and as does the Gazzardo partnership, we need to make these clear, accessible, and as pleasant and wide as we can.
All right, Commissioner Gutierrez.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Ken and team, thanks for being able to answer our questions. Much appreciated. There's a lot of energy and time that's devoted to these types of projects, and it could be a challenge, right? And it takes time. So friendly suggestion, actually a quick question. How many people do we have viewing this presentation now? Can anyone tell me if it's like less than 30 or 40 or?
23.
23, okay. So it sounds like it's a great opportunity to do some outreach within the neighborhood too, once this is getting going. In terms of the signage that's going to be posted in those open areas, that's going to be community accessible. That's great. I'm sure they'll be clear and clean so that people can see that, but it also would be, and maybe you already have this in mind, right? So if you do, bear with me. Friendly suggestion, great time to post the advertisements up on, Mountain View Voice or the surrounding area, mailers or what have you. Take it out a page, informing the community, welcome to this new area of our building sites that's open to the community. It's there for your use with clearly stated times in terms of usage, and that friendly suggestion of opening your doors to the community that way might be able to help, right? And in general, I think there's a lot more to be able. I think there's a lot more that you can do to try and make this area an example of what a business park / community-minded city venture could look like when you do have a property that's sharing its space and public use with the community that's close to it, right? And when you look at it from that vantage point, you set the pace, right? When you do that, you're gonna, just by doing this alone, it's going to challenge others who are looking at this to be as open and reasonable and approachable to extending the invitation to the community to also participate in the life of this property. So friendly suggestions, and I hope you see where we're coming from on that front.
Thank you very much. Excellent.
All right, I'm gonna quick question myself. Carissa, can you pull up the drawing that showed it's not really clear to me where there's a connection within the site that crosses, and I was trying to, I didn't see that in the staff report, so it was the one where you kind of showed where the parked around the side, but then one of the goals of the precise plan was to create separations in blocks, and you had one that showed that was the red line that kind of went through the middle of the property.
Okay, I'll pull that up for you. Is this the drawing you're referring to?
Yeah, okay. So I guess one of the things that I guess, if the intention, Commissioner Yin brought it up, and somebody from the applicant brought up that entrance that's kind of where the middle asterisk is, but that's actually not intended as one of the cross areas. The area to the left there is the one that's going through, and so I guess one of the questions that I had, and I didn't see it in DRC's comments, it would seem to me that if you're going to make that a connection, because the intention is that would then cross into neighboring properties, it seems odd to me that if I'm looking at the drawing here, right, that's not an area where you have the brick part of the driveway. It looks like it's, instead of making it look like it's intended as a path to cross that area, it looks like it just looks like a space between the buildings. And did that come up with the DRC? Because I would have expected that the brick driveway would have actually been in that area to make that area look like it's more of it's a way to connect through. I would agree with the applicant. When you look at the precise plan, there is no residential anywhere close to this on the Mountain View side, but there's a lot of residential on the Sunnyvale side, on the other side of Central. So I would fully expect that people would come down, they run through this bike path, and then they take the path along there, and then they're going to use this as ways to cut through the development into areas. And that doesn't feel to me like it's designed right now to be a path that will eventually connect to the neighbors and other neighbors farther south. Can you comment on that, Calissa or Rebecca?
I can jump in. I'll put on my DRC chair hat for a moment. It absolutely did come up, and it perhaps too subtly was mentioned in the staff report. But one of the things that the DRC did comment on was sort of creating and extending that improvements that convey that pedestrian connection through the vehicular access drive, exactly as you just noted, Chair Cranston. I think this is a good pause point to mention that the DRC recently reviewed this project and provided several recommendations, which are highlighted in the staff report. The plans that you are seeing have not been updated since that DRC discussion, and so the intention was to have the DRC provide its recommendations to come before the EPC to sort of vet those recommendations and anything additional that the EPC wanted to add, and then sort of combine all that feedback and have staff work with the applicant team to continue to refine the project to address that that cumulative feedback.
I agree with DRC's feedback there. I also agree with the feedback to try to create some sort of, at least a first story kind of set into the new office building. I have to admit that when I see the drawing of the potential new crossings of Central and where this is, are there really going to be trees between the red line and Central Expressway, or is it, as Commissioner Yin outlined, it's going to be Central Expressway, wall, tunnel, wall, path, building, and no freaking trees? Are we deluding ourselves to think that there's going to be trees along that area?
The specifics of the design and all those measurements are still under review. As far as this individual project is concerned, the project plans to plant trees between Central Expressway and the multi-use path. However, depending on the plans that the county comes up with and the agreements between Mountain View and Sunnyvale and the county, it's possible that those trees will be exactly where that ramp will be. So there's a lot to consider and a lot of moving parts at this point, but it is a priority to have landscaping and tree buffers wherever possible.
And Chair Cranston, I'll jump into that hard question. So, which is a good one. We've been sort of wrestling with Sunnyvale to keep this design moving as fast as possible. Unfortunately, it was moving until sort of, COVID quarantine hit, and they just had a lot of other priorities. But I will say there actually are a number of bridges and other areas where I live in San Jose that we can kind of point to that are pretty tight urban spaces that they've actually managed to sort of wedge in some trees and landscaping. It's not ideal. We're not going to get 100-foot, redwoods necessarily, but there's some pretty good tree conditions out there. And really, when you look at the spaces that are there, I think we can make it work. It seems a little bit tight from this perspective, and I wish we had a little bit more of a detailed study to show you. But really, a 2 to 3 foot planting area, we can actually get a pretty good buffer of trees in there. So, and remember, Sunnyvale's 16-foot wide ramp, that's not set in stone. There's some flexibility on the width of that ramp as well. So we can kind of right size that as we get to that point in time. It's just the design just hasn't advanced sort of beyond what we've had from a couple of years ago, unfortunately. So hope that helps.
Okay. And it's Central is county, it's not Caltrans. Caltrans, right?
It is county. And the other thing I would just remind is, I understand we sort of tend to focus on the area of greatest constraint, which is important to do because it takes the greatest creativity to try to come up with some win-wins. But there is a long stretch of this potential future multi-use path where trees would be able to remain because they are not impacted by the potential future undercrossing, and so that's something to keep in mind as well.
If I could add one more thing too, this drawing is deceiving because this shows the existing conditions today, Chairperson Cranston. If you look at that other sketch that was provided by Sunnyvale, that free right turn lane actually goes away to North Bernardo, and we gain, not we, but there would be land that is gained for that pathway. Rebecca had mentioned that earlier. So I think here it is, perfect. So if you could take the cursor on what is now a right turn lane right there, that used to be more inboard cutting into the site. And you could see the old right-of-way line up the turn area, the access point. So you actually gain land there for this path to come up on, and the turns are going to be almost 90 degrees now versus kind of that free right-hand turn that is shown on our drawings today and exists today. So I think when you look at all of that right-of-way line and yet to be determined by both the county and Sunnyvale and Mountain View, everybody's goal would be to try to squeeze some landscaping in here and not make it all concrete. I agree with that.
All right, so any other questions from commissioners before we get into the questions that staff has asked us to address? Vice Chair Yin?
Yeah, when we were looking at alternatives, and thank you for always explaining the reasoning behind what you do, but if you guys are also property owners to the other side, is there any way to sort of move around your FAR such that we don't have such constraints? Does that make sense?
So we do own the building across Bernardo, which is 280 Bernardo. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if there's a transfer of TDR ability or, FAR ability, but that building's recently remodeled. And that tenant is sort of set in there right now. And the site's actually been updated pretty recently. So
I see.
Yeah.
Just thinking out loud.
Well, one thought where I thought you might be headed, Vice Chair, if I could, Steve mentioned early on that the city is also considering this path raising up into this corner across the street, and you can see how much of the lane area that they get back. Could you take the cursor and maybe just bring it up to the left hand? There you go. All of that right now is asphalt as a free right turn to get on to Central, which is all going to go away. That would be an amazing place to land this pathway if it could be done as it comes up.
I'm sorry, just for clarification, I believe I asked that question earlier and the answer was that they're intending to keep the slip ramps and not get rid of them, but that's still up in the air. Am I not remembering that correctly?
It might be.
Right.
Steve, go ahead.
So to clarify, we've, staff, required us to go check with the county in order to remove these free right turn lanes. And we talked with the county and they said they have no project identified to remove these right in, right out lanes. At this time, they're going to keep them the way it is. However, the Sunnyvale undercrossing project really has not been vetted by the county roads and airports at this time. I think actually Ms. Shapiro mentioned that earlier. So they really haven't had a chance to review and reflect on this. However, I think that when the undercrossing project comes through with Sunnyvale and Mountain View together, that may be a perfect chance to reconsider that. But right now, they don't have this as an identified project.
Do you know
So it's a timing issue a little bit, and frankly, it's probably a little bit of political flexing that we as a private property owner do not have that kind of pull with the county, but Mountain View and Sunnyvale certainly do. So.
Okay, then I'll just make my last pitch to whoever goes to these meetings to please try to aim for the connection, landing in the best place possible, and removing as much of the asphalt as we can. It helps with the slow traffic, people crossing Bernardo all around, just slowing the traffic down, avoiding pedestrian and bike and car interactions in an unsafe way, and just gaining more trees. I do understand the challenges here, and the existing building is going to be there for a while, and that is really a tight point. Back to what you were saying, Mr. Lynch, I understand that this is mainly office park and not a whole bunch of people. You're not designing for a whole bunch of residences around, but I believe somebody had mentioned in a presentation that there were a lot of residential people somewhere to the west. I didn't know what neighborhood that was, that would benefit and use the beautiful popas. So I know that they're not the main constituents you're designing for, but I am thinking about them too.
And I think to add to that, Clarissa, the undercross option which was showed on the screen, that's one of the option which is part of the East Michigan's precise plan images. And there's one more option where the undercross comes up from across the site on the other side. So I think the city is vetting both the options currently, and which is more suited would be adopted, is my understanding.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that we have public works staff here tonight, but there are always innumerable considerations that are being weighed, and it's compounded in this case by this being a cross-jurisdictional project. I know one of the things they think about a lot with undercrossings is trying to manage the extent of the underground time that people have, because that tends to create a less hospitable environment. And so I think that is likely to be one of the reasons why this side was more appealing, because as you can see here, it creates an opportunity for some open air between the Caltrain tracks and Central Expressway. But I think our public works staff is certainly cognizant of the city's priority for trying to preserve trees, but we can relay that feedback again to them as well.
Thank you. Obviously, we're not going to find solutions tonight, but just wanted to bring up the things that I think we find important. And now that you guys know, then you can, sort of advocate for it. Thank you. I know it's challenging.
So let's move to question one from staff. Does the EPC support the proposed exceptions to the East Westman precise plan development standards for the multi-use path in Paseo, and have additional comments on the project site? So who wants to go first? Let's poll everybody. I can't see all the people here. Nobody wants to chime in? I will. So in general, I'm supportive. I really agree with the DRC feedback a lot, and so I hope that gets taken into account as much as possible. I mentioned that other connection, making sure that we, I guess I do see that here, Rebecca, is extend the special paving across the extended north-south driveway. So yeah, the more we can do to make that visible, that's another connection in there, the best way that we can. I wish we could save more of the trees between the the old building and the highway, but if we're going to have, I think getting that bike connection across will provide far more benefit long term, getting people coming from Mountain View on the other side of Central Expressway and people from Sunnyvale. So I'm generally supportive, and I do like the idea of kind of peeling back that the first floor of the building on the drawings of the way it sits on the outside to give a little bit more space between the path and the new building. Okay, Commissioner Clark.
I largely agree with everything you just said. I looked through the DRC comments. I think they all made sense to me, and I think they have some more expertise than I do in a few of these areas. But I'm especially excited about this connection. It's been a long time coming, and connecting, doing this north-south connection. So I realize that will cost us some trees, and I realize that this is sort of a strange project site to begin with. So I think we need to be somewhat flexible, but I do agree with staff and the DRC approach of just always trying to save as many of these heritage trees as we can. But in this case, I'm excited enough about the connection and the multi-use path, and ultimately how that all plays out to be a little forgiving here. So on question one, I'm generally in support of the exceptions that are proposed.
Commissioner Dempsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish I could say something novel, but I think I'm just going to sound like I'm cribbing my notes from everybody who went before me. I think the DRC recommendations knocked it out of the park. I even, the recommendation of including wayfinding signage, I underlined like 3 times in my notes. So I think, as long as you're doing your best to keep it green and moving in the direction of making things, accessible and welcoming to the folks who may not work there, I think that really gets us in the direction we want to go. But I definitely support the direction this project is headed now.
Thank you. Commissioner Gutierrez.
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been said by my colleagues. So that's going to be short and sweet. But in terms of number 3, though, and I forgot to bring this up, the only suggestion I had was in the area in the middle of the campus where public access was going to be. I recall that there was going to also have a small area, or I don't know how large or small it is, but of a biking station, right, for parking. And the thought is, would you be able to consider taking that out and then moving it to the side of the garage? Because I would think that in that area, if you can centralize the parking spaces for the bicycles in that one central area, perhaps that might be more of a friendlier approach to promote openness from that one section where the bicycles could impede that. Thank you.
Commissioner Nunez.
I'm going to lower my hand. Yes, I do. Just again, emphasizing, I know the intended audience is probably the people working there. Just don't know what would happen in 20, 30 years, what might change. So I just really would like to echo that strong desire for making sure that anyone walking by can just know that it's an open, welcome area. That's my biggest thinking around this one. But yes.
Commissioner Hammond.
Yes, I agree completely with the GRC recommendations and also what's been said earlier. I do think, Chair Princeton, you made the point about whether we're actually going to get trees along the perimeter and that it is adjacent to Central is concerning, but I trust that staff will work with the applicant to the extent possible to preserve trees and maximize the canopy elsewhere on the site.
And Vice Chair Yin, you've not spoken yet?
Yes, thanks. I'm not opposed to some exceptions. I know it's a challenging site. I just believe that through design, maybe we can minimize some of those exceptions. And I did already make the comments about maybe creative ways to adjust some things to, one, perhaps minimize the exceptions with the paths. I do agree with DRC and maybe carving out the ground floor to allow for wider paths. Whatever we can do to promote leaving some trees there. If Mr. Lynch says we can get some trees in 3 feet, if we come to the design where, and working with the county in the underpass, that we can remove the slip ramps, all the better. So I don't know who is there to champion that, but please do that. I am also open to maybe, I know this is not what you're asking, but when you're talking about the footprints, if we can minimize the footprint a little bit, if it's not too much to just increase the height like 1 level, I'm okay with that too, if that is going to help significantly. And as far as wayfinding and opening this up to the public, I agree with everyone else. However, I would like to just add the one comment that I believe designing things so that you don't need signs is far more productive than putting 10 signs to say, no, not this way, go that way. So devil's in the details there, and I'm going to have to, trust that you guys are working in that direction. So if those bike lockers could just move to not block off 2/3 of that path to the POPA, that would be fantastic. And any other sort of details like that, I trust that you'll continue to move in that direction. Thank you. I know it's a challenging site.
Right. So I think you got your answer there, Calissa. Question number 2, does the EPC support studying minor design changes, the building footprint for the building in the garage, decreasing vehicular parking, further exceptions on the multi-use path design to preserve trees? Does it imply staff or any additional comments on the proposed tree plan? Who'd like to go first? Commissioner Clark.
I mean, I feel like, well, we some of us probably answered question 2 as part of question 1. I'm guilty of that, but I do support the, especially the DRC and staff's recommendations, just to at least explore these minor changes that will allow us to preserve additional trees.
Commissioner Gutierrez.
Yes, sir, Chair. Yeah, I'll be quick. I agree with Commissioner Clark, and guilty as charged. I answered 2 as part of 1, so apologies for that.
Okay, Commissioner Nunez.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Dempsey.
Also, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Haymeyer. Yes. Commissioner Haymeyer. And Vice Chair Yin?
Yes, and I'll just reiterate looking at the stall of surface parking to maybe go to trees.
And I do generally support it. I guess I don't know whether it's an option or not, because we've talked about this path being a nice wide path, but if there was a way to save some of those nice healthy trees by maybe having the path kind of surround the tree partially, make it, maybe it's not full 16 feet wide, maybe it's 12 feet so you can save a tree. I'd welcome a chance to try to do that. And one thing that wasn't specifically noted was that the replacement trees should also be preferably native trees where possible, not just replacing trees with other trees, but let's try to keep native trees would be my only additional comment on the tree plan. Okay. And so question number 3, any comments on the proposed design of the office building and parking garage? Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, so again here, I thought the DRC had some solid recommendations. I typically worry most about the massing and the look of the parking structure. And I think having green screens here will help to the extent, and the fins and other things to the extent that we can. Will go a long way. I learned a long time ago that I should never design office buildings, and so I sort of trust that to the DRC and others in terms of the actual design of the building itself, aside from massing and overall footprint. I do think I understand the concerns about glass. I think, but we worked pretty extensively in the East Wisman Precise Plan to make sure that requiring bird safe design and the answers that the applicants provided in terms of what they've incorporated here and who they're working with, I think at ARUP gives me a lot of confidence in that. So that doesn't concern me as much as just making sure that we have the facades right on both sides and the areas of the public and the entrance that's seen by the public, and then that we ensure that the pathways are easily identified and accessible. And the last thing that I'll add there would just be that in addition to wayfinding and physical signs and things like that, one of the ways I've found that's worked in some areas in San Francisco to get people to use sort of POPO-like areas is to not only have the physical signage there, but to folks are going to be looking at how do I get from here A to Z on a Google map on my bike, and they're going to look at the areas along the trails and the connection, and if they see there's a barbecue pit area that instead of being labeled the company name's barbecue pit, if it's labeled like a Mountain View Community Barbecue Pit or whatever, we can come up with some names that sort of just generally indicate on that digital map that someone's looking at as they're looking for areas to commute through. I think that would help sort of indicate to folks that that is a publicly accessible space.
Yeah, Commissioner Nunez.
Sorry to ask one more question here, guys. But this talking of glass actually reminded me about some experiences driving down Central and getting blinded by glare. So I don't know if it's for staff or I guess probably staff. Just really quickly, did the design go through any kind of like review around glare? Are there any considerations around that? Don't want people kind of driving down either Central or any other street and getting in a car crash or falling off their bike or something like that.
Yes, of course. Yes, there is provisions within the zoning ordinance requiring no offsite glare be caused by properties. So we do review it for that, and it'll get more technically reviewed at a later stage. There's also, I believe, requirements in the East Wisman Precise Plan for and what's commonly done in an office building now is having the lights shut off at a certain time and being motion censored and things like that within a building.
Cool. Thanks. Yeah, I'm generally supportive.
Commissioner Gutierrez.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to do a friendly reminder again about possibly moving the parking for the bicycles from the middle part of the campus over towards the garage. And then this was touched upon a little bit, and we heard the reasons why it could work or it couldn't work, but I'd like to see if there's a way to also have some of that visitor parking that's at the front be converted into some additional green space and just place those in the garage. You can have some visitor parking there, I guess, at the front and handicap for sure. But if we can find any way to include a green space and have some of those spots be transferred over to the parking garage as well, that'd be wonderful. Just a 2 cents worth of my opinions there.
Mr. Dempsey.
Well, I was going to just say no further comments, but I would only briefly say I think what Commissioner Gutierrez just said is those are good comments, and I associate myself with them. I think he's totally right. And when this, I'm really looking forward to seeing a kind of a revised version of the plans, kind of down to maybe some greater detail. Like, I'd really like to see a very detailed view of what these little popas are going to look like, and maybe I just need my glasses or something. But I look forward to when we can have a more in-depth conversation about precisely what those spaces are going to look like. But other than that, no additional comments, and I'm actually kind of excited to see how this project continues to develop.
Commissioner Haymeyer?
Nothing more to add.
Okay. And Vice Chair Yin?
Not much to add. I appreciate the screening of the parking garage. And I have the same concerns that Mr. England had mentioned over the glass, but I know it's a voluntary thing. I'm just, if you want to take that into consideration, please do. To the applicant.
Commissioner Dempsey, did you have something else to add, or you're just... my only comment was, in EPC, the DRC mentioned this, the green screen is kind of very much going to be a north-facing area, and so DRC mentioned this, but plants don't grow as well when they're not facing the sun. So I really hope that's looked at very closely to be sure that whatever's created there, in fact, will survive. That'd be my only other comment. Okay. So Clarissa and Rebecca, you have what you need? Can't see you because I've got.
Yes, I believe so. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, so we will move on to, I didn't think there was, outside of the main recommendations, I didn't hear anything else that I just needed to be summarized. So I think we're good there. Would you agree? Clarissa and Rebecca?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. All right, so we'll move on to section 7, new business. First item in this section is the annual housing element progress report for 2015 to 2023. And we have a presentation from Ellen Yao, project planner, and Eric Anderson, advanced planning manager. So, Ellen?
I'm not seeing Ellen. Let me make sure she's getting on. Just one second.
Yes.
Oh, there she is. She's there.
Yep.
Go ahead, Ellen.
Good evening. There was a slight delay in the logging in process, so thank you so much. Good evening. Share my screen. Okay, so let's see. All right, good evening, Chair Cranston and the Planning Commission. Tonight, I'll be presenting on the annual progress report for the housing element from 2015 to 2023. So you've seen me for the 6th cycle. Tonight, we'll be covering the annual progress report for the 5th cycle. So the 5th cycle spans 2015 to 2023. As part of the housing element, we have to implement programs and policies and provide updates to HCD on the number of housing units that we're producing. It's required by the state's HCD to be completed by April 1st of the following year. So the report tracks all phases of development of housing units. So application submittal, entitlement, building permits issued, and certificate of occupancy, as well as including policy and program implementation status. Specifically for RENA to count, we work off of the building permits issued. This is the breakdown of the regional housing needs allocation for the 5th cycle, a total of 2,926 total units. Based off of the building permits issued in 2021, we had 51 above moderate, and that essentially keeps our percentage of the RENA allocation at 52.6%, similar to what we had last year, simply because we didn't issue building permits for the below market rate units, the affordable units. And just to clarify, the 52.6% obviously just negatives out the above moderate. That's above the 100%. As you can see, we're well above the above moderate. So currently, we're around the 53% of our overall RENA. I am then going to the specific housing development projects that are applicable. We had 3 projects entitled in 2021 with affordable units, 1100 La Avenida Avenue, 400 Logue, and 1919 to 1939 Gamma Way. So there's 3 of those. And then we have 2 projects that completed construction in 2021. Again, these units didn't count towards the 2021 RENA because this is completed construction, but just wanted to give you a highlight on some of those projects. So we have 2700 West El Camino Real and 394 Ortega Avenue. So these were previously, building permits were issued in 2019 for the West El Camino Real, and the project for Ortega, I think, was also in that same year. So those kind of RENA in previous years. So this is a basic annual progress report that we do every year. We present it to EPC, and then we also bring it to City Council as a consent item. And then, like I previously stated, we have to submit it to HCD and OPR beginning of April. And that's the end of my presentation.
So first we'll open up the EPC questions. Commissioner Nunez.
Thank you for the presentation. So I do have some questions. Definitely hoping I can get some, maybe I'm missing something here. So I was digging through that spreadsheet, the Exhibit 2 2021 Annual Housing Element, and I wasn't completely sure exactly what the kind of methodology was for what counts and what doesn't count. So I was hoping to get some clarity on that. So a couple things, or 3 things, I guess, that I found. Number 1, for the 1100 La Avenida project, it's noting that there are 100 above moderate income units. I checked the project list, and I think it's even in the general plan update exhibit for the next item even. There was, as far as I could tell, only 100 units total for that, and they were all affordable. So I'm not sure if that was just a typo or a discrepancy, or if I'm completely missing something. And then furthermore, on the Gamel Way and the Rangsdorf projects down the line there. So for the 570 South Rangsdorf project, I noticed that it's kind of saying, hey, there's 15 total units. Obviously, if you go over there right now, there's 70 units that are set to be demolished. And I think the project is going to get us 85 row homes or something like that. So I think, we're accounting for the net difference. But then when I look at the Gamel Way project right above that, it's calling in for that 121 figure, which I guess is like gross versus like the net that's being used for that South Rangsdorf project. So, just kind of wanted to know if there was any particular reason or what was going on there in terms of how we're counting units that we're reporting back to HCD.
Yeah, thank you. So the first one for La Avenida, yeah, that is correct. That is something that I noticed for La Avenida. It should say in Table A, the 98 for low income the 2 for the moderate, and the total is the 100. Right now, as you see in the attachment, it does say 100 under above moderate, and the addition is a total of 200. So that is incorrect. 98 plus 2 for a total of 100. And then the second one you had about GAML. So there are 2 separate tables. For table A is strictly for entitlements, and we report it as the what is proposed. In table A2, we have different sections. There's a total completed entitlement, and then there's the building permit issued, and finally the certificate of occupancy. HCD has changed some of those regulations. So previously we only reported on one specific number, which is the net new. But because of these changes, they want to be able to track the history of permits. So when we put in data for table A2 in the section that is for building permits issuance, we report on the net difference. So in some of those units, you will see zeros, and simply because either the units were issued before in a different APR, or if there were no net new units. Because at the end of the day, that column is just letting HCD know what that net difference is.
Okay, so then the answer there is that there's 2 separate tables, table A2, and one reports the net and one reports the gross. Sorry, I'm trying to simplify for myself. I hope am I getting that right?
Correct, yeah, the way you're verbalizing it is correct.
Okay. Cool, all right, that makes a lot of sense. And then last question here, maybe it's not a question, I don't know, but we're including some of these, so like Gamble Way, we're reporting it as part of that 5th cycle, but then it's also included in our 6th cycle proposal. I know that was last week's discussion. I maybe just for sake of clarity, can I get, how are we including it in this one as well? Can someone help me with that?
Sure. Yeah, I'll jump in here. So that table A that the Gamble project is on is really just HCD asking us about our entitlement approvals. It's not. It doesn't influence the RENA numbers. So we will be able to count that project to the 6th cycle RENA because they won't get their building permits until next year or later. So the purpose of table A, like I said, is just to look at approvals.
Awesome, thanks.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Chair. So just following up on Alex's observation, which is really appreciated. And for the record, in order for it to be clean, I know we have a video recording of the correction as noted when presented to us, but is there a way to also memorialize that with just sending us a PDF with the added numbers, the corrected numbers in terms of what Alex pointed out to with the discrepancy, so that we also have that on the record in case someone doesn't want to look at the video, they can at least go to the report and see the accuracy on the paper via the PDF.
So this is going to go to City Council. We'll correct that for City Council, and then you can get it from the City Council agenda. The other thing that you can do is we are posting all of our past APRs on the general plan webpage. And so when it is submitted to the HCD, we'll post it on the city's general plan webpage as well.
Wonderful. Thank you, Eric.
How did I get muted? Commissioner Nunez, did you have another question?
Yeah, I just appreciate Commissioner Gutierrez's follow-up on that. And I guess without calling into question the whole document, yeah, it's a huge document. I only pointed out like one. So I'm sure it if I didn't say this, maybe if we could just make sure we double check that it's not erroneous elsewhere, just since we are sending this to the state, just as a, yeah, cool, thanks.
Other questions? We'll open up for public comment. Okay. So would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Phone users can mute and unmute themselves with *6. EPC clerk will start the timer and let you know when your time is up. There she is. Ms. Pennelar, do we have anyone wishing to speak on this item?
No, I don't see any. Yeah, no.
Okay. All right, then we'll bring it back to the EPC for deliberation and any action. Any overall comments on the report, recommends changes? Mr. Commissioner Clark.
I don't have any changes or other recommendations aside from the correction that was noted earlier. So I'll go ahead and move that we recommend that the City Council accept the housing element annual progress report with the correction that was noted earlier.
Okay. Commissioner Gutierrez.
I'd like to second that motion.
Okay. So I guess I'm going to open it up for some discussion on it first, because I did have something I wanted to bring up. It wasn't so much a question. So it's after the meeting with the last meeting where we did the evaluation of the next housing element, I came away with that kind of feeling like I really didn't understand what was involved with the production of below market rate housing. And so I took it on myself to reach out to someone that I knew ran one of those organizations, a gentleman named Randy Suda, who actually used to be part of the City of Mountain View planning department several years ago. And we had a chance to talk for about an hour and a half, and it was actually really enlightening. And some of the items that are listed in the progress report, I guess, I understand it's kind of a statement of what we're doing, but it's not necessarily, in my mind, a statement of whether it's effective or not, and whether it can continue to be effective going forward. Within the housing element, there were 3 items that, to me, again, they're statements of what we're doing, but they didn't necessarily. I had some concerns about whether we're accurately reflecting whether they're effective going forward. The first is the very first item on Table D, which is the financial support of subsidized housing. The process that we use today for funding below market rate units is essentially using money from office development. That's the primary source of funds. There's some other sources, but the primary is office development. And the challenge with that is that it's over the period up to this point in time, it's been providing a lot of money, but there wasn't a lot of office development in 2021. That approach is something that is dependent on the economy at the time. That it's if people are building a lot of office, then we'll get money. If we're not getting a lot of money. And quite frankly, it actually, by using it as a primary method, it actually exacerbates the job housing imbalance that we have, because the only way to get more money for the housing is to build a lot more office, which creates more jobs, which in fact exacerbates the job housing balance. So I guess my first comment was as I read through that, it's like, okay, yeah, that's what we're doing, but I question in my mind whether is that in fact an effective approach, whether this is something that, the challenge right now is we're doing something that ends in, March? In 10 months. So I don't know whether this is, I guess this is maybe a kind of a feedback to the commission, but also a question to staff. Is this something that we would want to raise to council as to whether this is effective now, or is this something that would be brought forward as a topic for the next housing element kind of a topic? Second item, and I'm not going through everything that I learned from Randy. It was a very, very useful meeting. Was on the like the second page. It's the item that says partnership with housing developers. It talks about kind of doing the what I call NOPA, the Notice of Available Funds, but it's not apparent to me that we actually really do anything to prioritize the below market rate housing through the planning department. There are in other cities they have dedicated teams that actually move the projects along. One of the things that I thought was surprising and enlightening and concerning to me was the state of California has decided to move all of the approvals for state money to once a year, which means that any project that's not ready for whether it's Alta Housing or Eden Housing or Charities, anybody, to submit in time for May means that there's no chance to get any money until next year. And so partnering with the below market rate developers to me would also say, should we be looking at not just letting them know that we have money, but should we be looking at perhaps putting dedicated staff towards this and do we need to be making sure that we accelerate or prioritize below market rate projects to make sure that they actually can be in time for regardless of who it is, to be able to submit in time for that once a year shot for them to get money. And it didn't feel like the description of that adequately addressed what seemed to me could be needed there. And then the third one was, we've seen it in the BMR units that was put at the old Taco Bell on El Camino. It came up in the 400 Loge project, the amount of parking. And then one of the reasons that council has kind of delayed a vote on 555 was Middlefield, was trees and reducing the parking. So a fair amount of analysis has been done by staff on a one-off basis. It feels like we're looking at these things one at a time. And instead of just putting in place a process that saying, okay, should we reevaluate the parking requirements? And in particular, particularly for low market rate units, it shouldn't be something that has to be negotiated every time. Mr. Sid indicated there's discussion about the project that they have over in Carabella having different levels. That's all being negotiated. It feels like we could potentially accelerate the process of getting below market rate housing if we looked at and agreed upon a set of stabilized, a clear set of guidelines on reducing or managing parking, particularly for below market rate units. And so I guess it's a discussion item for the commission, whether this is something that we would want to bring any of these items forward to council, whether they should be maybe Eric, is this something that should be incorporated into the report, or is it outside of the report? They seemed like large enough items to me that there were gaps. I didn't feel like we were, like maybe we're quite frankly, I felt like we were over-representing what we're capable of doing by the way these items were worded. So feedback, Commissioner Gutierrez.
Yes, no, those are excellent points, and I'm glad you brought that up. And to hit the second point, that's what I was trying to move towards when I suggested the rocket docket approach to move forward quicker with these below market rate type of units, because the sooner, when you face that type of deadline, you don't have that much time, right? So I don't know that this is the right area to approach it by, but it sounds to me like this would be more of a request under Section 8, but if we can add that on after the vote for this, perhaps Eric can steer us in terms of if it is a request, can we bring that back up so that we can finalize this or engage in this discussion and then finalize what it is that we'd like to approach City Council with in terms of suggestions, which are all valid with what you mentioned already, and try and do that as soon as we can. Just throwing that out there in terms of procedure, right? Thank you.
Clark.
Yeah, so I I generally agree with you. I think all of these things should be looked at in concert, but I think the questions that you're raising are policy related questions around how can we build more affordable housing and more quickly, and how do we, change the way that we do that to incorporate some of the changes that have occurred at the state level and all those things. And that's really something that council needs to say it's okay for us to look into. And so I think the most appropriate place for that, because the report we're discussing tonight is HCD doesn't care if how we tell them, this is effective or this isn't effective. All they care about is the status of the numbers. And so that's why this report is just a blunt instrument to review and send to them. In terms of are we doing the right things? Can we do more? That's a broader policy discussion that I think should probably be a request that we submit in a draft work plan to council that they will consider as part of their next work plan and budgetary cycle in June, July, or a little bit before. But Eric can correct me if I'm wrong. But I think that would be the best way for us to request council's permission to maybe hold a study session or look at these things and find out if they're even interested in us looking at this, or if they're maybe they're not. So, but Eric, maybe you have better ideas than I do on that.
So there's overlap here. What I'm hearing from Chair Cranston is, the APR is an opportunity to kind of look critically at where we've been in terms of opportunities to look forward. And we are working on the updated housing element now. I will acknowledge that this item wasn't noticed as a 6 cycle housing element discussion. That being said, the discussion is related to maybe shortfalls and critique of where we've been in the 5th cycle. So if there is general kind of commission comment on this, we can include it in the staff report that goes to council for their review of the APR, which is the next step for this process. And if council pulls the staff report and focuses on these issues that the EPC brings up as a part of that item, then that could potentially be something we could consider as we're developing the 6th cycle housing element.
Nunez.
Yeah, so this might be getting a little ahead of things, but so first of all, I'm very sympathetic and in large agreement with the merit of the concerns that you've raised. I've certainly thought about them plenty of times myself. Incidentally enough, the next item is the general plan update, and there is a big spreadsheet of kind of, I don't know what is it called? Not projects, action items that have some level or degree of prioritization and that indicate, kind of like not started. You specifically brought up, parking, for example. I think other people also, might care about parking. So one thing I might think about is if it's possible to, kind of leverage the next item to be a little more appropriate or specific around, something that we want to, as Commissioner Clark noted, kind of like seek permission or guidance from council on whether or not it would make sense for us to pursue some kind of study session around. I'd be amenable to that. So I know it's the next item, but yeah.
Mr. Dempsey.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to reiterate, I think, a couple of things that I've heard. I agree with Chair Cranston that there's a conversation to be had here around parking and parking requirements, because it seems that it shifts around a lot. And if I'm I'm a little confused about what exactly our rules are around parking, because it seems to be a point of negotiation pretty regularly. So I would be interested in having that conversation. I am, however, mindful of what Commissioner Clark said we got to ask the right way. So I just want to sort of put my voice forward for, I want to have that conversation, and I want to ask to have that conversation through the appropriate channel, whatever Eric, you or staff think is the best way to ask.
Gutierrez?
Yeah. When I was in the school board, we would have all these intense conversations, and then these decisions were made. And sometimes, as a school board member, one of us would always think about, oh, wait a minute, and then we would bring it up in a meeting, and we learned the hard way that there's the Brown Act. So just a friendly suggestion that if we are going to bring this up as a request, I think it makes sense to do it under 8, with a specific request being made if we could do this based on what was commented on by our chair. Phrase it that way so that there isn't any room for anyone saying to us that we violated the Brown Act because it wasn't posted in tonight's agenda. So just food for thought on that front in a friendly manner. Thank you.
Andy, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, I do think that there's a connection in terms of just this general discussion, though, for purposes of this, the annual report, because you're looking at how we have performed over the past year and through this RENA period. And so I think trying to understand why we may not have produced, any low-income housing in the last year or issued building permits. I think there is a connection to the APR in this discussion. But I appreciate the admonition because it is important to stay within the scope of what was noticed for the commission.
Vice Chair Yin.
Yes, I would love to do this properly. So if we can just, I would love to have the conversation. So if there's a way to do it so that we are noticing, can we please do so? I'm all for it. So if you wanted to take a straw poll on that, I'm raising my hand.
I think what I'm hearing from everybody is there's not support to fold these things into this document as it is, but there is perhaps sufficient interest to look at either, I don't know whether it's part of the next topic or at some future point, a study session on some of these items. I think that's kind of what I'm hearing. So the answer would be no, not supporting the idea of incorporating this into this, but separately looking at it either as part of the next item or a future item going forward. I think that's what I'm hearing. Okay, so I will, at that point, we have a motion on the floor. Sandy, did you want to say?
Yes, I just wanted to kind of follow what Eric had said, that, if there is kind of a straw poll kind of consensus that the commission is interested in this, subject matter, that it could be included in the transmittal report to the city council so that they're aware of this interest, and the council can consider that and perhaps take some sort of action to allow the commission to move forward. So I think that's probably the best way to transmit this interest.
I'll also just add, I'll step in here. I'll just add that in May and June, we are going to be bringing housing element study sessions back to the commission, and there will be more opportunity to discuss programs like this at that upcoming meeting as well.
So I'm open. I'm certainly willing to defer that. I guess it'd be a request that as part of that next study session, Eric, that we also take a look at perhaps things like this as to why we missed and things that could be done to close those gaps in the next cycle if there's support for that among the rest of the commissioners. Do I need to take a straw poll on that, Sandy? And that request to include kind of looking at things that maybe didn't work as well during this cycle to help the next cycle? Is that yes? No?
Eric, do you want a straw poll on that? Or
I mean, general consent, I'm seeing nodding, head shaking, you know, I mean, I don't know if we need a formal straw poll.
Okay, I'm seeing thumbs up. Okay. Vice Chair Yin? Okay, so go ahead.
I was just going to say that that was my straw poll vote. Sorry.
Okay. All right, so I'll bring it back then if there's no other discussion on the motion to, I don't remember what it was at this point, to accept the document and to transmit it to council. Ms. Pennelar, can you take the vote?
Yeah, and so can you remind me who was the mover and the seconder?
Commissioner Park was the mover and Gutierrez was the seconder.
Okay, thank you. And let me just fill this in. Okay. Commissioner Clark?
Aye.
Commissioner Dempsey?
Aye.
Commissioner Gutierrez?
Aye.
Commissioner Haymeyer?
Aye.
Commissioner Nunes?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yin?
Aye.
And Chair Cranston?
Aye.
The motion carries 6-0 or 7-0.
And if I could just clarify, make sure I fully understand that general consent comment, that we bring back further discussion regarding constraints to BMR development. That's what everybody was nodding their head about, right? Okay, thanks.
Right. Next item is 7.2, the 2021 General Plan Annual Progress Report.
And sorry, Cranston, a small point of order. It is after 10 o'clock, just barely, so we do need a vote to proceed.
Okay, I didn't catch that. So the practice is that if we don't start a new item, we have to. If an item would start after 10 o'clock, we have to take a vote on whether we proceed or not. So, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I'll move that we proceed with the balance of the agenda.
Is there a second?
I will.
Vice Chair Yin.
I'll second.
Okay. So, Ms. Pennelar, can you take the roll?
Yeah. 1 second. Okay, Commissioner Clark.
Aye.
Commissioner Dempsey.
Aye.
Commissioner Gutierrez.
No, I'm just kidding. Yes, aye.
Commissioner Haymeyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Nunes.
Aye.
Vice Chair Yin.
Aye.
And Chair Cranston.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries 7-0.
So we'll now move on to item 7.2. Thank you, Rick. So we'll start off with a staff presentation by project planner Brittany Whitehill and Eric Anderson, advanced planning manager. Ms. Whitehill.
Hi, good evening. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Great. So thank you again. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Brittany Whitehill, and I am joined tonight by our advanced planning manager, Eric Anderson. The item in front of you consists of the 2021 General Plan Annual Progress Report. In 2012, the City Council adopted the 2030 General Plan and the related General Plan Action Plan. The 2030 General Plan Action Plan is a list of action items that carries out the General Plan's goals and policies. These action items include programs, plans, studies, ordinance updates, and other measures. The EPC is responsible for the annual review of the General Plan Action Plan and for monitoring the progress that the city is making in implementing the General Plan. This year, staff has provided 3 tables of General Plan action items for the EPC's review. Table 1 includes items which have not yet been started, are currently in progress, or were completed during 2021. Table 2 includes items that were completed prior to 2021. And Table 3 includes items that are achieved through ongoing day-to-day operations, practices, and policies. Since last year's annual update, several items have been completed or reclassified as ongoing action items. These items include the city has adopted a new parkland dedication standard to allow publicly accessible, privately owned parkland with developments. The city has established the North Bayshore District Sustainability Performance Monitoring webpage. The city has converted city streetlights and parking lot lights to LEDs and continues to seek opportunities for additional retrofits. And this item has been reclassified to the ongoing items list. And the Community Development Department continues to track building permits finalized for renewable energy projects. This item has also been reclassified to the ongoing list. Following a recommendation from the EPC, the General Plan Annual Progress Report will be presented to City Council and forwarded on to the California Office of Planning and Research. In conclusion, staff recommends that the EPC review and recommend that the City Council accept the 2021 General Plan Annual Progress Report. This concludes staff's presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
We'll open up to EPC questions first. Commissioner Nunez.
Cool. So, yep, just to follow up on that last discussion, this is a question for Eric, I believe. Would we be within the scope of EPC scope if we were to look at any of these items and say, hey, City Council, we see that some of these have, a not started designation as far as the progress status, and we would kindly request some discretion around, creating a study session or something of this sort. Is that an appropriate, ask that we can make from council as part of this item?
Yeah, absolutely. The commissioner is free to ask that during this process. One of the challenges is that, the council has usually a biannual kind of goal setting and action setting process. And so that process was last year and it'll be next year. So that means that if council kind of reviews your comments council will review your comments when they're taking up this recommendation. But in order for it to go somewhere, they would have to pull the item, discuss it, and direct staff to do something. And often that would also mean reprioritizing things that staff is already working on. So, but that's what doing something right now would take. But the commission is, by all means, it would certainly be within the commission's purview right now to make that recommendation.
Cool. Yeah. So, I mean, basically, the worst that could happen is they say no, right? And so, just like with anything else in life, people are free to ask, and people are free to have a no. So yeah, I mean, I think Commissioner, Chair Cranston and I think Commissioner Dempsey had brought up something around parking. If there was anyone else who was open to even, asking around some of those items, I know I would be happy to provide some support around that specifically. But, that's just, I'll throw that out there, given that, we're free to ask.
Other commissioner questions at this point? Okay. Then we will open up to public comments. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Phone users can mute and unmute themselves with *6. UPC clerk will start the timer to let you know when your time is up. Ms. Pennelar, do we have anyone wishing to speak on this item?
I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay. We'll bring it back to the EPC for deliberation and action. So I guess as a deliberation item, I would be it feels like staff has already done a fair amount of work on looking at alternative parking standards as part of projects that have come forward. But since we don't have something in place that actually makes it something to more coherent, every project that comes in is going to ask for it, is going to be another one-off. And it seems like we could put this in front of council as something that I think it should be brought forward. But this is not something that would be starting from scratch, because work has been done on projects that we've seen already. And so the consideration of bringing that forward as a project sooner would be something I would support as well, Commissioner. The others who would be supportive of that? Commissioner Haymeyer?
Yes, I'd echo support for that. I understand what Eric you're saying. I mean, I think the goal setting has been done and there are constraints, but it does seem like at some point looking more systematically at the parking requirements, particularly for BMR, we have a lot of good data. If there's a way that we can look at it more uniformly and put something citywide, understanding that there are many other priorities that have already been established by council.
Mr. Dempsey?
It's late, so I'll just plus one with Commissioner Haymeyer's comments.
Vice Chair Yin?
I'll plus one as well. I'll just add on a little footnote, which is I believe the city is also looking at parking, not just parking requirements, but the permitting as well. And that seems to be a big sort of tie-in to the question project by project, is whether or not it's going to impact the residential parking. So if something comes up, then the residences don't want to have like the office people, or I know this isn't for the BMR, but extra cars just taking up all the spaces on the street. So maybe, I know that the city was working on a, what is it called? A sort of a parking pass system. Where is that in relation to what we're looking at in terms of timing? And would that just naturally come up and be part of this conversation and easily tie into it?
I wouldn't say, I would say this as two separate items, but other commissioners may have a view. Commissioner Clark.
I guess my question is, well, on the residential permit parking program, I think that ship has sailed. I think that's pretty much finalized, and they're creating a process for people to create requests for those. So I'm not sure that they'd be sort of willing to let us look at that, since that's basically either done or very close to being done. I think, staff can correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I've been away for too long, and maybe it got dropped during the pandemic. But I would, if we were to make a sort of request in the transmittal associated with this, I would advocating for making it somewhat broad instead of focusing on a specific topic like parking, which will inevitably raise eyebrows. Because there are parking discussions that happen to, associated with residential or commercial developments, or parking standards and various precise plans, and it's just a really big thing to unpack. Maybe what we say is, request the ability to, hold study sessions on maybe goals that either haven't been met yet that we're interested in, or that haven't been started, or that aren't progressing the way that on a timeline that we'd hoped. Maybe that's just a suggestion to give us a little bit more latitude, but I'll defer to Eric on that.
That would work for me.
The three items in the general plan action that are parking specific, so like 7.1. should have posted on the page. Yeah, they are MOB 7.1.1, 7.1.2, and 7.1.3 were the three that kind of caught my attention on the parking. So those would be, I was looking at Commissioner Clark, that were the ones that I was, they felt like ones that we've had a fair amount of discussion and we've had not a lot of progress on getting those completed. That was what I was originally looking at. Commissioner Nunez?
Yeah, so definitely agree with Commissioner Clark around having some, benefit derived out of having a kind of broad approach. If we want to kind of combine a little bit of specificity with the broadness, if we look at that LUD 3.2.1 zoning ordinance update, it's marked as a high prioritization, not started, and it's as broad as can be, specifically citing update allowed uses and development standards to encourage village centers, transit-oriented development, and flexible mix of land uses where appropriate. So that transit-oriented development piece, and kind of like the encouragement of village centers. So I think that's one possible avenue for exploring, that kind of broadness around, what would, parking look like within this context. So if we need to Mr. Anderson says, hey, you need a specific item, that seems like the most broad specific item. Otherwise, if we can just cite all three of them or be as broad as possible, I'll take guidance from everyone else on the best approach there. But that suggestion is out there.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Chair. So another friendly suggestion is, looks like we've had some time to think about all these things a little more clearly, to have these type of specific discussions and ideas free flowing in a manner that's pretty cool, actually. So friendly suggestion would be, how about holding a retreat so we can talk about these things and add on. And so if we phrase it that way, we can look at a list of issues or topics of interests, so that the council can then see that we're taking time to deliberate, but we've also thought through the process. If they're amicable to that, that'd be great. And it's just a suggestion. I'm new to this, so I would defer to Eric and the team to see if that approach would be a valid one, where we can discuss even more other options to talk about too, and present all in one list at the end of that. But if it's not feasible, then I'm open to your suggestion in terms of how we should proceed.
Derek? Or?
Yeah, certainly we periodically have EPC retreats. Generally, they're more around just kind of the general conduct of the EPC and how well commissioners get along, communicate amongst each other and kind of work with each other and work with staff. There's also some discussion about priorities and what kind of general priorities of different commissioners are that can come up as well. So I think in general, in order to fit best with the overall council goal setting process, we do try to integrate these two, the general plan process and the goal setting process. We integrate them in the every other year when that happens. So I think we can look at maybe different formats for that process next year that may be more flexible, more open-ended. But that's just kind of my response to your great recommendation. And I think it is a reminder that we should be scheduling retreats. I think they are an important opportunity for the EPC to, get to know each other.
So I guess I was persuaded by the feedback from other commissioners that some of the items that I brought up are probably something that may fit more along the lines of something the next housing element. What I was responding to here was both Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Nunez saying, can we point to something that's in the existing general plan actions? I don't view the parking as comprehensive of all the things that I think we should look at, but it's something that's actually a specific item in the general plan actions that has not had progress at this point. We want to wait on the parking until we've had that broader discussion about the elements of things that go into the new housing element, the next study session. I'm open to that, but the parking seemed like something that we're kind of getting pregnant, and maybe we could get it finished. And it's affecting multiple projects we've seen in the last year. So the other items that I brought up were definitely something that would require much more study, much more discussion offsite. So I guess I'm open to either approach. Either we wait to hold everything for the study session, or I do kind of like the idea of trying to move, at least put something in front of council to say, could we look at the parking piece sooner rather than later? So others, I think Commissioner Gutierrez, sounds like you prefer it to be as a broader study session. Is that fair? Offsite retreat.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, but bear in mind, my vantage point's different, right? Because on the board at the school level, for the school district, we would have the retreat be the goal session that we had for the year. So it's not just getting to know each other and all that stuff, but it's also, what are the goals? What have we done? What have we not done? Where are we in between? Where can we improve? Hey, staff, what's your idea on this? What's the process like with deadlines throughout the course of the year to meet state requirements? It goes on and on and on, right? That's why I was open to Eric's perspective on what's the best approach, because if that's not it, then that's not going to help, right? So, if Eric says to do it a certain way, I'm open to doing that. So I'm game.
So, Commissioner Nunez?
I would be happy to go on a retreat with everyone here anytime. I also think that, we could point at a specific item in this list. We have been appointed by the council as, imbued with at least the authority to make an ask. And so, I still look at that LUD 3.2.1 zoning ordinance update as the most specific and also broad item that we can look at some of these, this endless stream of one-off different projects and trying to bring some discussion around standardizing. I think that would be the target item. That's my recommendation. I would love to at least see what council has to say about it. That's my piece.
The other commissioners? Doesn't sound like we have Commissioner Dempsey.
Yeah, I can throw my 2 cents in here. For me, this is a good topic. This is something that we got to talk about, and it pulls on a lot of different threads. And we should have this conversation. I do think there is a difference between asking the question and then having, really staff in a position to answer kind of all the questions that we would have. And one of the things that I would want to be mindful of is I wouldn't want to. My hope is that there would be enough time between sort of the ask that we have and when staff would be in a position without rushing them or knocking a bunch of other projects out of the way, that they're in a position to really, to have a good product to show to us, to help us think this through, to have facts in front of us, et cetera, et cetera. So I think my point is I want to have this conversation, and I'm curious to know from staff when a reasonable time would be to have it, because I don't want to ambush them with a new homework project and disrupt all the many, many, many other things that they've already got on their plate. So I just want to be compassionate about that.
Can I pose a question to Commissioner Clark? The item that Commissioner Nunez is suggesting, which is the one to a full zoning ordinance update, my reaction is that council might look at that and go, eek, no, that's a really big deal. That's a much bigger deal than just looking at the parking standards. As someone who was in those shoes before, would you be like, how might you react to something like that?
I agree. If I saw that in part of the packet, I'd be like, why is the EPC going off and looking at zoning ordinances that we haven't, aren't already looking at, sort of thing. And that's not to say that it isn't I think it's a very good idea along the tangent of, trying to expand the purview or our ability to look at some of the different things in the general plan implementation process and status there. But I think that anything related to zoning ordinances would be a little worrisome. Frankly, I think parking is a really big deal too. So that's why I sort of shied away from it. Anything related to parking and all the different things that it touches is something that's come up a number of different times. It's been addressed or attempted to be addressed a number of different times. And that's why I was trying to find some way to say, like, maybe at some point we can have a study session or a discussion about, where we're at in some of the implementation of the action plans and things in the general plan without getting into specifics. Although I know you care deeply about this one specific thing. So I was just trying to find a path forward. But maybe there isn't one, and maybe this is just something that we can discuss at another time, unless we can come up with some crafty wording to put into a transmittal. But if I'm just going to be really blunt, like, this is going to be, staff, is this going to be a consent item for council?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So if this is going to be a consent item, like, I'll just be really blunt, like, not a lot of people are going to read the entire report associated with this and see our transmittal, so we can put it in there. But I'm just being really blunt with you. So if your question is to, like, is it worth throwing in an ask in a consent calendar, staff report somewhere, I don't know. It's your call. I'll let you all discuss that.
Thank you for your candor. Vice Chair Yin.
Yeah, thank you for the candid response. I think that helps some. I totally understand the desire to put forward something to council and say, hey, can we take a look at this? We feel this is more important. In going through, when you guys were calling them out, I was looking at them and reading them and thinking, oh, but then there's that other thing that may tie in. When I hear public comments, that ties in with that. And then I get hesitant, even though initially I'm like, yeah, it's a great idea. I'm reading it and thinking, oh, it ties in so much with other things that I'm not even sure I could prioritize it at this late date, because honestly, when I came in, I did not have any that I was going to say, hey, this is what I think is important. Let's move that forward. So I am totally in favor with Commissioner Gutierrez's idea of a retreat, anything where we could talk it out and prepare for this topic and hash it out together and put forward to council as a specific item. I'd be happy to do that.
Commissioners. So would I request? Oh, sorry, Commissioner Hammeyer.
Sure. Just to chime in briefly, I think a retreat would be valuable for our own understanding and positioning. I do want to signal the importance, and I hear that it is a much larger issue, Commissioner Clark, than probably what we realize. But I do think that there has been a theme that it is the cost of parking and our parking requirements in particular is something that seems to surface again and again. I don't think we need to put it on a consent item if that's not the appropriate place, but I would like to find some opportunity where we can elevate some common threads. And I do like this framework of figuring out, how can we look at the effectiveness, or are we meeting our targets? I think framing it in that sense of tracking where we are against certain action plans and objectives might be a valuable way if not in a retreat, in a study session, and maybe we just pick a couple of themes that have surfaced in recent years, or just recent projects. I mean, in the past 6 months, I think we could probably pick a couple.
So Eric, if we wanted to say we'd like some staff time towards a study session to look at the effectiveness of the programs that have been in place and where could those be, what could we do to make, to close gaps and make them more effective in the future? Is that something that we would need council to kind of sign off you guys spending time on? Or is that something that we can say that's what we want to do, and so you'll go head down that path? Because it sounds like everybody kind of feels there's some value in having a discussion around this, but that's not on your work plan right now. So
I have a couple of concerns. One is obviously what is council's priority for staff to work on. The other concern that I have is how does the commission's direction out of that study session feed into the city's process, right? How do we make sure that that's not just direction that ends up, that it's a conversation that's had that doesn't go anywhere, right? And I think we'd have to, what staff has set up is this, kind of biannual process where we feed things from the commission into the council goal setting process, so that we know that what the commission is recommending is actually going somewhere, right? If you want to have a kind of a brainstorming session or a retreat or some other kind of session to kind of prepare for that opportunity, so that you're kind of coming into that with kind of better formulated opinions, then, that could be something that we can look into and try to schedule kind of along the lines of, we're going to schedule this kind of development review overview study session for you all, kind of thing, kind of a commission training / retreat kind of process. We'd have to schedule it among other projects, and other projects will probably have priority, but that could be a path. But we would also just kind of recognize that there isn't a concrete path that conversation will lead into until next year.
Commissioner Nunez.
Yep. Thanks, Eric. So I totally hear that concern, and I actually think it's incredibly valid in terms of actually having efficiency, effectiveness in our time and action. Would a better course of action, a more appropriate course of action, be some kind of recommendation around, hey, council, this is your, did you say biennial? I always confuse the two. Whatever. Hey, it's now your goal setting session. EPC has formally recommended that zoning ordinance update be, or we are throwing our 2 cents in that we believe this is a very worthy thing for you guys to prioritize in your goal setting this cycle. And then that gives staff the appropriate time, council reviews it, and I'm sure it'll come back to us anyway, and these things move glacially anyway. But would that be a much better outcome in your view?
Make sure I understand what you're saying. You would say that kind of the what you were previously saying, this item like LUD 321, the zoning comprehensive zoning ordinance update, you would provide that direction to council now, and then you would reiterate it a year from now. Is that what you're saying?
We would just basically say, I think you said there's a biannual general plan update that they get or something like that, or maybe you can help me with this because I actually don't know that, right? Basically, at what point is it appropriate for us to say, hey, we've identified that for your next goal setting session, I think it happens every 2 years, EPC is strongly recommending that you guys prioritize this as part of your next 2 years of work items. I hope I'm making sense.
Yeah, so that would happen next year. Right.
I'd be open for that, as long as we don't drop the ball and kind of like forgetting it. Yeah.
Commissioner Hamler.
So in my years of doing the goal setting, and I know EPC's work plan and feeding into the goal setting, I always just feel like the scope is so big, and what's on our work plan and what we put forth is already really ambitious. And I think what I'm hearing tonight is that in between what the council goals are and the projects that we're looking at, there's a desire to just take a moment and say, like, is this working? And Eric and Commissioner Clark, what I'm not sure is, like, are we getting into a range where we're not an advisory body and this is more of a policy sphere? And so that's the place where I feel like there's some gray area, because yes, we look at projects, yes, we inform the goals, and then we do want to have that moment of being reflective and looking at, what is this resulting in? And these annual progress reports and the general plan update seems like it could be that space. But if we're getting out of our purview, it would be helpful to kind of know, is that not something that we should be looking at, or where is the space? Because I get that staff time is totally limited and that we have formal processes already in place. But I think that's what I'm hearing is, like, there are policy issues, there are project issues, and then there's this larger goal setting. And the goal setting to me has always just been so overwhelming that I don't know how the council's able to manage it, because everything, right, ends up being a priority when you have too many of them.
Mr. Clark.
So I think there's two ways to approach this, and one I'll just be very blunt on. I think if you're looking at, we want to sit down and talk about the common themes that we see recurring. Or what are we making constant exceptions for? Parking. Maybe there's some other things, and maybe we sort of prepare a list to, at roughly this time next year, to put in front of council, like, hey, we want to be helpful here. Here are some of the common themes that we're seeing over and over again that we think that we could, if you're willing to let us spend some time on, we feel like we could do a lot of good in terms of streamlining things and fixing some processes and other things. If your goal is to tackle parking, I think what I've heard staff sort of say is, even if we got permission to look at that, what's going to happen is, let's say they give us permission to look at the parking questions and say, like, how can we streamline these things, make things better, and look at parking standards. That's going to be a whole long process. We're going to produce a recommendation that will go to council, and the implementation of that is typically through zoning ordinances or other things, and they're going to be told by their staff that you have to put that on your work plan and prioritize it, or if you want to prioritize it now, you're going to have to knock these other things out. And so what's going to happen is we're going to do all that work on that, and it's going to go on a shelf until council actually can find some way to implement it. And so I guess I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but, like, we're not going to solve parking in the next year, and having a whole study session on it without it being a priority on council's work plan already is frankly sort of in my blunt opinion, a waste of time. But what I don't think would be a waste of time is starting to look at common themes that we're seeing in the implementation of the general plan and affordable housing and other things, and having that list available. And I think the council would find that very constructive and helpful if they start to look at what they should prioritize going forward. I just don't think that something like as big as parking, which touches so many different areas, regardless of whether it's just for affordable housing developments or whether it's for other things, if it's not already on their work plan as something to update, it's just not going to get done, because they're going to have to take some things off of their plan already to make it all work. And it would be better for us to have those discussions in concert with them so that it all happens roughly around the same time, as opposed to us doing something now and then nothing happens for 2 years and then we have to dust it off the shelf. And maybe it's helpful then, maybe it's not.
Thank you. Commissioner Gutierrez.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense, Commissioner Clark. So, and that's the whole point of this, right? That there's several unique, not necessarily unique, but there's interesting factors that come into play because I think we're an advisory board of some sort, right? But we don't do policy. We're not city council. I think we all get that. But the commonality of issues that the commission faces and sees as a pattern and ineffectiveness, it's our right to be able to discuss what we see as possible. Hey, look at this type of issues, right? Because then, city council, they're at their own level of governance. I totally understand that. And so are we. And so if we can list out these issues and bring them up accordingly when they should be throughout the course of the year. Someone said that there's process and protocols in place. Yeah, for some things, but not for all. And we're seeing that right now. So if we can tackle that issue in an amicable way where city council understands our intent is not to do policy, because it's not, but rather to bring up these issues of concern that we see that possibly they can look into so that they can better address it, I think that would be a useful exercise.
So I guess I'm going to take a half step back here. So my specific interest and reason for bringing some of this up was I look at the RENA numbers that Brittany just showed us and how we've done over the last 7 years and going into our 8th year, says that we are not, the processes that are in place today do not deliver below market rate housing at the level that they need to going forward. My thinking is that part of what we should do, we should be looking at is what are those things that seem to be working? What are those things that don't? And are there, so I'm going to take a little exception to what Commissioner Nunez is suggesting, in that I don't believe we should look at something as broad as all of the zoning standards. My interest is specifically, what can we do to move the needle on the very low and moderate income housing? And are there things that we might recommend that could be either part of the housing element or something that's brought into next year's gold plan, specifically to look at those areas to how do we facilitate doing a better job in those areas? So we're at 56% because we're putting in 100% on the market rate, and very low numbers on the other side. So I'm not necessarily interested in Commissioner Clark. I'm not interested in looking at parking on every single thing on every single zoning level across the entire city. My interest is very much focused on the below market rate, and I guess I'm not necessarily hearing other folks talking the same way. That's what, as I was looking at this, as I look at the housing element, as I look at the discussion I had with Mr. Suda, was here are things that don't work as well for below market rate housing that maybe we could look at and work on that might help address, so that 8 years from now, we're not looking at saying we're only at 50% again. So if that's a study set, but that probably means some work on our part. I would agree with Commissioner Herrmeyer that but when it comes around to asking for these goals, we're like tossing these out at the last minute. I would love the chance for us to talk about that kind of thing for more than just a couple of weeks before next year's goal setting, so we can go into it and saying, here's our collective recommendation on what's working, what's not, and things that we maybe that we should go off and some are action items now, maybe some are action items in the future period. But that was kind of where I was coming from. I don't know whether that's where others are as well, but that was my frame of reference. Commissioner Clark.
I think that makes total sense, and I agree with you. I'm not trying to be adversarial. I think council's acutely aware of our failures in some of the areas that you just identified in housing and below market rate especially. And so, I think if they felt that the EPC was the best place to start there, they would have asked us to do that. And so maybe what the better way to do is to sort of quasi raise our hand and be like, we're willing to look at this. And maybe we just say that we're willing to look at this, and we'll plan to do that as part of the next housing element. Or maybe we can just do that, because I think it dovetails well into the next housing element update and some of the thought that we put into, how do we make this one work better than the last one, and what are some of the things that we saw or some of the progress that we didn't make, and maybe we don't even have to ask permission to do that. So I guess if I had an avenue to do some of the things that you're talking about and do it through something like a housing element that we probably already have some permission to explore those topics within, I would probably take that as opposed to sort of trying to carve out a separate something separate from the housing element process or some other process that's going on now. And then the other nice way that ties in really well is the housing element's going on now. That's going to be going on through the end of the year. The goal setting stuff will happen right after that. And so if we look at some of these things as part of the housing element, then we'll have our list of things that we can make recommendations about in early 2023. So maybe that's a path forward. I don't know.
Yeah, I definitely Commissioner Gutierrez's earlier comments I find extremely, like, I agree with them a lot, right? In terms of those kind of differentiated tiers of governance and us, like advisory, right? I think that we're all incredibly capable and astute individuals that were empowered to not just advise, but I think part of that at least implies even like asking. And as far as the kind of that zoning code stuff with Chair Cranston, yeah, definitely. I don't think that we need to go that huge. My concern with kind of like going as specific as kind of like parking, on BMR projects specifically is that then I do think, that's where Commissioner Clark's last comment does kind of start to feel very palpable to me, which is that it doesn't feel like it is dovetailing into an existing process that is already happening that we could just kind of slot right into. And so just to clarify, my intent and belief around that zoning ordinance update is that it selects or checks the box around the general plan update is an existing process. It's a broad, kind of item that we could kind of, if it becomes a conversation with the council, like, well, what specifically are you trying to look at, then at least there's some kind of, dovetailing that can happen. Other than that, like, I'm not in any way married to that. I'm not here to die on the cross of like, hey, let's push for a zoning code update, because my intent is merely to kind of like provide avenues for some of the discussion that has been brought up earlier, especially in that last item for the housing element, to try and find an avenue for us to like have those discussions that I think you raised around BMR units and kind of what's going on with, our ability to deliver or not deliver them. So, I don't, maybe it's because it's getting late and I don't know, but I would have reservations around, unless there is like, consensus around a specific kind of parking, item that we can pull out of this general plan update or something like that, then I would feel a little bit more reserved around kind of making a general request around parking. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm heading at right now.
So can I ask, what Commissioner Clark suggested was that we focus this discussion around the housing element and that it may also then lead to actions that we might request or goals that we could put in front of council next year. Is that a path that you would also support?
If we can get that in a clear, concise kind of like sentence and kind of shared like, hey, we are directing or we are asking council that we will be looking at this. I think until we have that kind of language, I'm not sure I can fully be clear on what I'm supporting. But I think Commissioner Clark's sentiment around, hey, we need to find something that's already happening that we can seamlessly slot into. I really believe that's imperative. I also believe that we have every right to ask, like Commissioner Gutierrez said. So outside of those two things, I'm not fully sure I can, be clear on what I'm supporting or not supporting.
Sandy?
So the housing element update, as the commission knows, is more than the site inventory, and it includes policies and programs, to help produce housing, including BMR housing. So it actually does make a lot of sense to talk about this in the context of the next meeting on the housing element update. And you don't need to ask for permission to talk about those things because it's well within the scope of that project. So I think that would be the best time to address a lot of these issues. And then I do think that it will segue very neatly into the next goal setting, which will be here before you know it. I know it's a year away, but it'll be here quickly. And I think if there's a further desire to talk about other action items, I think the best opportunity will also be kind of later in the year and not with this annual progress report, because it really, the council is going to accept it as a consent item, and they are not looking at it as an opportunity to reprioritize all of these items. So if that was going to happen, that would happen as part of another item. And if they were looking to do that, they would certainly ask the EPC, to weigh in on the general plan.
Right, thank you. Mr. Gutierrez?
And Ms. Lee, that's why you're the Esquire, right? So thank you for the advice, because it's sound advice. And thank you, Commissioner Clark, because of that former city council experience. It comes in handy for sure. So I like what our Assistant City Attorney, Senior Assistant City Attorney Sandy Lee said. I think that would be a good approach to look at this and then to delve into the issues, and then make friendly suggestions. So I'm on board with that approach if that helps.
Yeah, I think Commissioner, I think, and Commissioner Clark, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought you were saying that we actually don't need to put in an action request to council at all, that we have that by folding this into the housing element process, we don't need to go ask permission. We already had permission to work through it, and things might come out of that, as you said, and Sandy has said that they might come out as actions that are for next year's goal planning. Is that Commissioner Clark?
That's right. And what I was going to suggest is to sort of close the book and dispense with this whole thing. What I'll do is I'll make a motion to close out this item with the staff recommendation, and then in item 8, what I'll probably do is make just a brief request to staff that in the staff report that comes out in the next housing element update session, that there's maybe one of the questions in that is, or maybe one of the sections in that is just a reminder for us that we have the opportunity to discuss policies that may make this next housing element more impactful or help us to meet some of the goals that we fell behind on the last one, and that would open up the opportunity to discuss things like parking and those things. So, why don't I go ahead and move that we recommend that the city council accept the general plan annual progress report.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Second.
There's no discussion, then ready to go. Ms. Pennelar, can you go ahead and call the roll?
Okay. Commissioner Clark?
Aye.
Commissioner Dempsey?
Aye.
Commissioner Gutierrez?
Aye.
Commissioner Haymeyer?
Aye.
Commissioner Nunes?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yin?
Did you hear me? Aye.
Yeah, aye, okay. And Chair Cranston?
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries unanimously.
Right, then we'll move into item 8, Commission staff announcements, updates, requests, and committee reports. Commissioner Clark.
Just to what I said before, I think staff, maybe in the next staff report that we get, or update on or next discussion we have about the the next housing element, maybe we can just have a placeholder somewhere, or even if it's just in the council question or the questions that, sorry, it's really late. The responses or the questions that you're asking us to answer, maybe one of them could just be a reminder that, and that we can discuss policy related matters that might help with the implementation, such as, parking standards and other things. So sort of just a reminder or some sort of place within that would offer the opportunity for us to have those discussions.
Commissioner Gutierrez.
So, Chair, so does Chris need a second on that as well?
Do we vote in this section, or is this? I think
we don't need to vote on it.
There's no need to do a vote for that as a motion or request. Okay, sounds good. I like that.
I support that as well. So any other announcements? Upcoming meetings, Eric?
So the next meeting, I just want to remind everybody that usually EPC meetings are the first and third Wednesdays. This month, it's the first and fourth Wednesdays. So don't show up on the 16th. We're doing, on the 23rd, we do have a tentative item, a study session for a gatekeeper project. It's the public storage and affordable housing project on Terabella. And then, of course, we do have, the reason that we're pushing it out an extra week is so that commissioners have an opportunity to go to the Planning Commissioners Academy, which is in a couple of weeks. We have a couple of commissioners who will be going, and hopefully they can report back on some of the exciting things they learn. I think that'll do it for my announcements.
I guess a question on the feedback from council sessions. The decision by council to kind of defer the decision on 555 with Middlefield, will that come back to us, or is that strictly a response to council?
No, the EPC's made their recommendation, so it's just going to come back to council.
Okay.
I did not report on that at the last meeting. That was on February 8th, the 555 Middlefield project, and I can just, in case people didn't know, the council approved the or certified the environmental document, but requested that staff return with evaluation of parking reduction and preservation of heritage trees on that 555 project, 555 Middlefield project. And they approved the Escuela Latham project.
Any other announcements? Okay, then we will, so make sure I get the date right here. The next meeting is 23rd. Okay, so we will adjourn this meeting at 10:58 p.m. and the next regular scheduled EPC meeting will be March 23rd, 2022. Thank you, everyone. Have a great night.